secret changes? No, I do not. Is there any? I mean, now that you think about it, it's probably. I mean, there's definitely some secret changes for sure. But no, I haven't. Is it like some good shit or like whatever kind of stuff? Can get an iguana egg and raise your. What the fuck? Okay. Um. Hmm. That's interesting. No, I do not know about that. It's actually kind of surprising. Oh, there's a video for it? Okay. Check it out real quick. Sure, let's check it out real quick. Oh wait, it's not. One sec. Okay. What is this? Huh? Oh, it's in Arasaka Tower? This is Arasaka Towers, right? For sure.
Hey, look, V! Another fucking iguana!
Hello!
Shit, you're right.
What's up, Payne?
Think it's the same one?
Nah, no way. Our guy had a saggier neck. Many, many folds.
Oh, it's like the start, the tutorial. Place iguana egg. What the fuck?
Now what?
Patience is a virtue.
Oh.
Oh, wait, that was the dialogue. Oh.
Fuck. I don't believe it.
Holy shit.
Who would have thought?
I'll give you a minute.
That's cool. Wait, I didn't know. Oh, I guess that's a new animation. I didn't know fucking Johnny can play guitar in that form.
Gonna be a good day.
That's definitely a new one. Yes. Get a pet. Unfortunately, cannot bring that around. Like, it doesn't like follow you around in when you go around the city. That would be really fucking cool. Although I can see why that won't work, considering how the game works in general. Shit. Oh my god. That was a good stretch. What's up? What's up? How you guys doing, by the way, chat? Hello, hello. Good morning, good evening, good afternoon. Hold up. Let me get my bread real quick. I'll be reminded that time I had fun with Jackie. I know, dude. Jackie, oh my god. Yeah, by the way, I finished another Art. Cub. Holy shit, it's so heavy. Boom! Rain in full color. Just the head, but still, it counts as finished. That's right. It's gonna be the new look for Rain. I think I finalized it. Although, of course, the outfit is not. But I mean, based on the previous drawing, you guys can already see the kind of outfit that Red would wear. I mean, kinda. But yeah. I really like this hair. A lot more. Compared to this one. Damn, so good. You guys can check out the full HD drawing on Twitter if you guys interested. Check it out over there. A bada bing bada boom. Right. My shit's game sequel is getting shown off. Later. Keep it for React Andy later. We're gonna draw now. The eyes color though? I know. Pretty nice, right? I mean, it's pretty gimmicky. It's like, oh, the character is a vampire, the eye color's blood red. Oh. But I mean, come on, it looks nice. It looks nice. It's like a ruby, like a dark ruby color. I like it. It's pretty nice. Pretty nice. And the hair is like dark blue, like very dark blue. It's not completely red. It's like almost navy blue. We got a choker and an earring. Probably gonna get a little bit complicated later on. Although I'm just not sure how am I gonna do it yet. Alright. Now we draw. What shitty sequel game are you talking about anyway? Wait. Oh my god, it's Elix. I knew it. I like how you call it shitty game sequel. Come on, man. It's not shitty. I wouldn't say it's shitty. It is kind of scuffed around the edges, but you know, I think it's pretty cool. I think it's pretty polished for what it is. Where are you? Hey. What? Oh wait, hold up. There we go. Probably get a clock out from my work. Anyway, how you guys doing, by the way? Pain, Saints, and everyone else chilling on the chat. How you guys doing? On this Wednesday evening. Considering it's made by 33 people, it's pretty damn good. True. Although, it's a little bit overambitious, I would say. Like, it's a good game. I've seen some people gameplay, especially Co Carnage. I watch a lot of Co's Alix gameplay. The gameplay is very cool, but on the visual side, they're really lacking. Like, they could do more with the visuals for sure. and you can clearly see that they kind of, you know, they don't put on the visual as much, or I don't know. It's doable. You know, it's playable. That's what matters. You know, it's playable for sure. Where are you? It is playable, mate. Playable. Let's play some music that doesn't have a vocal. No. Yeah, yeah, yeah. It's a good song though. Let's do Macross. No, Macross also have vocal. Fuck. Okay. Although I'm really glad that recently we've been seeing a lot of indie developer that very ambitious with their games. Like, it's really cool. Like, sure, not all of them succeed, but when they succeed at it, it looks really like it plays really fucking nice. Like, you know, we got a good example of it, like Elix, but we also have a bad example of it, like Biomutant. You know, so it's a little bit, yeah, you know what I mean. You know what I mean. It's a little bit all over the place. I feel like it's okay if a developer wanting to go over ambitious a little bit, like going a little bit ham on their stuff. But I feel like realizing that being over ambitious can also damage your game. You know, like, you know what I mean. I don't know. Like, try not to be. There's no better, nicest way to do it. Just, you know. I don't know, man. You guys know what I mean, though, right? I don't know, man. Hey, what's up, Lucas? How you doing? Mine's not landing on any kind of drawing right now. I want to make some very complex pose. Or at least angle. Jesus, so much happened on YouTube. Cyberpunk dropped a thank you video? Oh, that's nice. I can see why. Considering their latest patch makes the game like, you know, actually good and playable and type of shit. So that's cool. You can change your hair now. Innovation. Well, not really innovation. It's more like they actually make the game the way it's supposed to be. You know what I mean? Because let's be honest. Even though, in my opinion, the game was pretty nice on day one, it is not in any way playable. No, no, no. I just have a very high tolerance on broken game. That's why I finished it. What? What the fuck? Huh? Oh, never mind. Okay, never mind, never mind. That was weird. Hey! My Spotify... Stop. What the fuck? Control S on Spotify is... Next, apparently. Or shuffle. That was weird. I'm the Ubisoft man. I got sky high tolerance. True. Good one. Went away, wah wah wah, wah wah wah, bakum bakum bum. Well, oh, chat. My juice is here. Give me a sec. Let me take it real quick. Okay. Got my juice. Okay. Do 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 do. I'm ordering myself some fancy juice today. Juice stuff, dude. Was it so satisfying to say juice? Juice. The juice. Ooh. It's very purpley. I think it has dragon fruit or something. I forgot the ingredients for this one. Oh my god. He got lemon. Oh, it's so sour. Holy shit. That's some very fresh lemon. Okay. Jesus Christ. Ba-da-da-da-da-da-da. uh I know what I'm going with this. Bum 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 bum. Okay, now the music just needs to stop playing. Nani the fuck? Too chill. I think we can do drift. Okay. What? Oh, this song. Da 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 get out get out get out get out 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 get out get out get out get out out out. Nani? Oh, there we go. What is that? Play Assassin's Creed Valhalla for free from 24th to 28th February. No, I don't. I'm not. I'm not. I'm not. Shut up. I'm not doing it. I don't care. I don't care. I don't care how many times you're gonna beg me. I'm not playing it. Shut up. I'm good. No. From what anime is this? Wait. Shit, any weeps in the chat? Oh my god. From what anime is this? Oh, I swear to god. I know this. I don't remember. Fuck. Don't think I watched this one. Ooh, I'm pretty sure you've watched it. I don't know. It's a very old one. Very old. It's like 2000 era. Can't you got any domo? I mean, at least well, if you're at least like my age, I'm pretty sure you've watched it. If not, then well, that means you're not my age, which makes sense. I mean, there's a chance that you also forget about it. Because I recognize that song. I recognize it's playing. Oh! Guns! I think. Hold up. I might be wrong. I might be wrong. Hold up. Guns. OP. Let's see. Yep! Man, I'm such a weep. Have you not played Guns? I mean, watch Guns? Oh. Oh, wait! Some of the scene in the anime. I forgot. Oh, I remember that. Such a good show. Although it is a little bit too old. I feel like it's gotta be hard to recommend that to a lot of people nowadays. Hey, hold up. Yeah, 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 yeah. Fuck, that brings back, dude. Holy shit. That actually brings back. Hmm. Soleil, soleil. Okay. I can eat photo. Xbox announced RoboQuest PC launch, but it's not on Xbox yet. Which one is RoboQuest again? Why can I not remember it? RoboQuest. Yeah, for some reason I can't remember it. This is why we react Andy. No, not now. You know my stream, I always start with drawing first. We be productive first and then we chill. That's how we roll. Dude, I cannot draw eyes for God's sake today. Bam 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 bam. Okay, change of plan. Different sound. So, bro, I'm never getting my flat right. Okay, bro, chill, man. You know how it is. You know how it is. I cannot think of a post right now for some reason. Sometimes I hate having art block even though I want to draw right now. It's sometimes actually doable to push past your what's the word? Your art block It is hard, but it's doable, man. But don't force it. If you feel like, okay, it's starting to be like boring or not fun, don't force it. Just chill. Maybe don't draw for today, stuff like that. It's always like that. It's not like I draw every day. You know what I mean? There's time I just don't draw at all for the whole day or a couple days. It happens. It definitely happens. And when it happens, let it happen, man. Let it happen. Let it happen. Just let it happen. Let it happen. You know? Too long. Tell my lover I'm sorry. Dude, what is wrong with my browser? My Twitter just refreshed itself. Someone's hacking. Monka Giga. Chat, stop hacking me, man. Come on. Not cool. Already took a break yesterday. I don't want to let my art block like last time, so it took a whole year. Damn, that's rough. Although yeah, it definitely happened. You know what I mean? And it kind of sucks for sure. But, you know, sometimes you just want to let it happen. That's why you can have like a multiple hobby. Definitely help. You know what I mean? me change the head a little bit. Sorry. It's taking shape. It looks very scribbly right now, but trust me, chat. Trust the process. How can I trust the process when I know I want I want to be Rin at the end? Well, that's different. That's talking about a totally different thing. Come on, man. What the hell, bruh? Chiku chiku. Jimari no Q. Okay. I'm really brainstorming right now. Perspective. Yeah. Oh my god. Okay. Fantastic. All right. Ba-da-ba-ba-da-ba-da. I feel like the arm's so awkward right now. I don't know where to put it. Hmm. I guess just drop down. I guess that works. It's like very graceful pose. I don't know, dude. Like the pose is a little bit. It's a little bit something. Okay, hold up. It's always the hardest part of the game. Posting game. Jesus Christ. Okay. Okay, we're getting somewhere. I think we can play with this. The shape of the booba is so hard to nail because of the fucking costume. I think something like that. God damn. Take my hand, take my hands. Na, 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 na. Is that how the mask looks like? I think yeah. Okay. think I know why. I think the booba is a little bit too big. Proportion wise. Yes, it is 2B. The proportion is so off though. Fuck. Yeah, proportion's really bad here. Gotta redo. Yeah, yeah. Oh my god. The proportions all over the place. Alright, redo, redo, redo. In here it looks... Okay, I see it's the problem now. I see what's the problem. We cannot transition from different state. It's supposed to be something like this. Okay, we can work with this one instead. It looks a lot better, proportion-wise. Yeah, this is way better. Way, 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 way better. EA, EA, EA. I can even use the hair. It's the same proportion. Kinda. Or I can just draw it again. I'm gonna use this as a reference. Beep 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 beep. Hmm. The fuck? Okay. I don't know why is it so hard for me to draw 2B. I guess part of it is just the costume. Very challenging sometimes. Or at least it looks challenging. It's actually not. At least I don't think so. Oh shit, wrong way. Fuck. It's doable? I mean, maybe. It is not hard, but it is definitely challenging. No, 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 no. Does it look so weird? Is it just me? The head looks a little bit off. Oh, I see. Do 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 do. Oops. Mm -mm 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 -mm. Oh my god. Thought I crashed. Ano ba siya de? Ano ba siya de? Damn, this song is such a jammer. Da 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 da. Oh my god. Hold up. Pasyo de. I don't think I've ever finished like a Tubi's drawing properly, huh? She's really hard to draw for me for some fucking reason. It's annoying, man. Annoying, bruh. Why, man? Why? Dun 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 dun. Oh my god. Jesus. Why is it so oily? Oh yeah, for some reason I'm hungry right now. Probably because my lunch was a small sandwich earlier. Let's take a break. I'll do some React Andy real quick. How about that? So, give me some videos. Gimme. Where the fuck is it? The fucking Elix thing. Oh! Skill up, new video. Okay. Elden Ring official trailer. There's some more?
Peggy 16.
PSVR 2. Okay. I don't know if I saw this yesterday. This is one from yesterday.
Peggy 16.
Thyself.
Oh wait, this is new. Never mind. Bandai Namco.
Make of thyself that which ye desire, be it a lord, be it a god. But should ye fail to become aught at all, ye will be forsaken, amounting only to sacrifices.
Oh shit. Wait! That's a place? Oh, there's some Bloodborne. Radon Festival? Oh my god, what the fuck is that?
I pray that the guidance of grace abandons you.
Why accept the burden of their grace, or be fooled by the dogmatic ramblings of the fingers? Rise with us against the raddtrap.
Never met someone with a taste for barnacle and crust. We'd make good mates, I reckon.
Jesus.
I bid thee travel the path of the Lord, and once all is done, we shall see each other.
Is that the ending?
Now, go forth. Become
The Elden Lord. Holy shit. This cannot be more hype than the dude. Oh my god. So it's in 2 days.
This video is brought to you by SteelSeries, who I'm very proud to say have just signed on as an official Shill Up channel partner. I'm very pumped about this, so stick around to the end of the video to learn more.
Okay.
Gamers! You guys see that
Gamers!
Street Fighter 6 reveal? Our boy Ryu be thick. Turns out he and Kylo Ren have the same trainer. Plus he's got a beard now. Everyone's saying he got the Chris Redfield treatment. So I really hope they add in one of those Street Fighter 2 minigames, but instead of beating up a car, you beat up a boulder. Then the transformation to Chris would be complete. Ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome to the mighty crescendo of what is the most stacked February in the history of video games. Over the course of 7 days, we will become legend, become monarchs, become Elden Lords, become race car drivers, I guess. It's a week so stacked with releases that it feels like most other studios and publishers are laying low while they let
Gran Turismo
have their moment in the sun. Praise the sun. Still plenty of juicy gaming news to get through, so let's get to it, shall we? Alright, let's start with that Nintendo news, since that broke just as last week's episode went live. Last
Majora's
week,
Mask.
Nintendo tweeted out the following, quote, As of late March 2023, it will no longer be possible to make Nintendo eShop purchases.
Oh, this one's so
from the
weird.
Wii U and the Nintendo 3DS family of systems, end quote. Now listen, everyone appreciates that the traffic on these storefronts is going to be very low these days, so decommissioning them isn't in and of itself a bad thing. Nintendo are a business, and they're going to weigh costs to run versus revenue, and they're going to make calls based on that, fair enough. The problem is that Nintendo makes no effort whatsoever to make these games available by other means.
True.
That they themselves admit in a section of their FAQ, quote, "We currently have no plans to offer classic content in other ways," end quote. And guess what? That line was actually deleted from their FAQ because everyone started bandying it about on social media as justification that they should pirate Nintendo games. Because yes, if you say to your customers that there is no legal means whatsoever for them to be able to procure your products, you make piracy of those products inevitable. And not only inevitable, but important. Games are art, games are history. Imagine if we couldn't get our hands on The Godfather or Citizen Kane or worse, Ghostbusters.
Yikes.
Games are important cultural artifacts, the same way that films are, or books are, or paintings are. And so when a company that produces so many of them says, hey, you can't access these things anymore, people are very rightly going to be pissed off and then take matters into their own hands. This point was more than underscored by the Video Game History Foundation, which put out a JPEG roasting the Big N and condemning Nintendo's unwillingness to support institutional preservation of video games. Analysis from various outlets points to the number of total digital-only games to be yeeted from existence at around 1,000, which is not remotely acceptable. So yeah, if you want to play any of these old games, then I guess it's a pirate's life for you, and no one can get mad at you, except for maybe Nintendo's lawyers. Who will throw you in jail. Literally. Just ask Gary Bowser, who just got sentenced to 40 months for running a Nintendo ROM site. Nintendo really do not mess around with this stuff, so buyer beware, I guess. Or not buyer, really. Speaking of Nintendo, sort of, there's rumors of a GoldenEye remaster being revealed soon-ish. The news comes from industry insider and VentureBeat reporter Jeff
Remaster?
Ross, who when speaking during his recent Grub Snacks podcast said that the remaster does exist and that it'll be announced by Microsoft, even though the rights of the game are currently owned by Nintendo and Microsoft through their acquisition of Rare, and MGM, who own the rights to the Bond franchise. Quote, I think that Microsoft is going to be the one who announces that first. I think the game is probably coming pretty soon. I'm thinking next couple of weeks.
Whoa.
This is far from the first time this legendary title has been revived. There was that GoldenEye game from EA a while back, Rogue Agent. That wasn't great. There was an actual remaster of GoldenEye made for the Xbox. That was never released owing to a disagreement between rights holders. You can actually go and download the files for that now, should you choose and be able to find them, since that was all leaked last year. Anyway, I hope it's true. GoldenEye was awesome, but man, it has aged poorly. Would be nice to see how it plays with a modern touch-up. I'll keep you posted on further updates. Alright, let's do the Ubisoft block now, since there's a hell of a lot to cover here. This week, Ubisoft did one of their earnings calls where they crowed about how much money they made. For example, did you know that Assassin's Creed Valhalla has raked in over $1 billion in revenue? That's a lot of XP boosters, baby. As part of the earnings call, Ubisoft also outlined their slate of...
Why people... Why do you guys still buy... Man!
releases for the coming year, and it's a little skint. Titles confirmed for the next
fucking A.
Avatar, Frontiers of Pandora, Mario Rabbids,
Boom.
Skull and Bones, and quote, more exciting games, end quote. No word on what those titles might be, other than the previously announced Tom Clancy's X Defiance, a free-to-play COD-like hero shooter thing, and Tom Clancy's The Division.
This game looks
Heartland,
so
which is all but confirmed to be a battle royale
generic.
game of some description. So that isn't a massive lineup, and you got to wonder how Ubisoft are planning to fill the gaps to keep shareholders happy. One answer seems to be converting Skull and Bones into a multiplayer-first experience, which, you know, means more microtransactions, generally speaking.
True.
This is a game that's been in development hell for years and was rebooted back in 2022. Now Ubisoft are describing it as, quote, a very promising new IP focusing on multiplayer first, so very consistent with our strategy to bring multiplayer competition and co-op first in a big open world with a great attractive fantasy, end quote. I mean, Sea of Thieves has done very well for itself since its launch, so it's possible that this is Ubisoft's take on that, but yeah, I really hope we get to get out of our ships and do stuff on land, because you couldn't do that in the build of Skull and Bones that I played years ago, and it was not that fun, to be honest with you. It was basically just the Assassin's Creed naval combat, but a standalone game, so I really hope it's moved a lot further from that. in that time. Outside of that, Jason Schreier of Bloomberg filed a report revealing the existence of a new Assassin's Creed game to help fill out their release schedule while work continues on Assassin's Creed Infinity, the live service future of the franchise that nobody asked for, but we're getting anyway. This secret project is currently codenamed Rift, and it started out its life as an Assassin's Creed Valhalla expansion before being turned into a standalone title. It will star Basim, the assassin character from Valhalla. To quote Schreier, the game won't be a massive open-world style role-playing game like previous recent entries, focusing instead more on stealth gameplay, and is planned for later this year.
Oh, back to Assassin?
End quote. The final piece of news is in relation to the MIA Beyond Good and Evil 2, which seems to be teetering dangerously on the precipice of vaporware. The same article from Schreier says that 5 years into development, the game is still in pre-production, which basically means that they haven't really started the proper full development work yet. They're kind of just like planning out what they are going to do, which lines up with what I've heard from my sources at Ubisoft. You really have to wonder at what point Ubi pull the plug on this one and just eat the sunk cost. As I've said before, I don't expect this one will ever see the light of day, but I guess we'll see. A quick note for those still struggling to get through the excellent Sifu. When I reviewed the game, I was like, I'm not sure most people will be able to do this. I was correct. Many people are loving the game, but just can't make their way through. It's too tough. Help is on the way though, as this week the developer revealed that additional accessibility options were coming in, like a high contrast mode for those with a vision impairment, as well as difficulty modes, including both an easy mode and a hard mode.
There you go, chat. Safe. You guys can now play the easy mode. Yeah. You noobs.
Don't want to make Sifu any harder than it already is, but if you're a massive
I definitely don't need it.
I guess. Twitter was awash with bad takes about how Sifu is now ruined because there is an easy mode. People literally tweeted, oh, I was going to buy this game, but now I'm not. I mean, you can just play it on normal, dude. It doesn't change anything.
Dude, I don't understand people who's like, oh my god, this game have an easy mode. Oh my god, don't cater for that. Shut the fuck up, dude. If you feel like you're good, you want to play in hard mode, go for it. Don't talk shit to people who want to play on easy mode. Jesus Christ. Get a fucking life. Holy shit.
Fail to see how this game is ruined because of that. Ridiculous. Anyway, let's move on. Alright, let's dunk on Battlefield 2042 for a bit. That's always fun. This week it was revealed that the disastrous launch of the game could be attributed to one thing. Halo Infinite. I kid, but sort of not. This week, DICE insider Tom Henderson reported on the outcome of a town hall held at EA DICE, where the top brass essentially admitted that the game was a flop, and they began the process of sifting through the wreckage to find the black box that could explain this mess. Like, how could it have gone so wrong? The beta was in such good shape, everyone was so excited, no one could have seen this coming, right? Yeah, right. The report would detail that DICE identified some technical issues, but they were inside the regular tolerance levels, laughable by the way, and that they were getting great feedback from sections of the community, also pretty laughable to be honest. The real zinger was when Laura Miele, EA's chief studio officer, said that Halo Infinite hurt Battlefield because, and I'm quoting Tom Henderson here, quote, Halo Infinite was a very polished title, whereas Battlefield 2042 contained bugs and wasn't as polished, end quote. I mean, that's a pretty shitty thing to say, like, oh, look, 343 shipped a functional product, so of course people were going to compare it to our broken
true.
And be like, what gives, DICE? Later, EA would respond to this leak by saying that they did not blame Halo for Battlefield's reception, saying to PC Gamer, quote, these stories are not accurately capturing the discussion and the context, which was an in-depth and very humble internal conversation about the recent Battlefield launch. It was about key learnings and actions we are taking, not blaming external factors, end quote. I mean, yeah, but like, they didn't say that quote was made up or anything, so it kind of confirms that something like that was said. Outside of that, it's just genuinely frustrating to see EA DICE do this dance when every single person who played that beta, who knew anything about video games, was like, delay this game, it is not ready. So to see them feign surprise and try to reframe the narrative is just ridiculous. DICE have no one to blame for this, but the leadership team who forced this game out before it was ready, and with a player count averaging around 2,700 concurrent players on Steam, it's the Battlefield community who end up paying the price for that decision. While the MCU trundles into its, I don't know, 18th phase or something, Hollywood has decided that the next big thing are video game adaptations, and so far it's been a bit of a mixed bag. I mean, we got the Sonic movie some time back. I remember reviewing this one before it released, and I was like, this totally rules, and no one believed me. Everyone was like, dude, shut the fuck up, this can't be good. But then everyone saw it, and they were like, yep, This totally rules. There's a sequel on the way for that one soon, but this week a third Sonic movie was confirmed even before the sequel has hit. This is in addition to a Knuckles spin-off TV show, which, yes, will star Idris Elba as Knuckles as well, so that's pretty cool. The Uncharted movie released last week. Reviews on that one are a little mid, sadly. As much as we all love Tom Holland, I just don't think he's Nathan Drake, and Marky Mark certainly isn't Sully. Jesus, what the hell was that casting unit thinking? Anyway, it's unlikely to slow down Sony, who have big plans for video game adaptations, including rumors of Destiny movies and TV shows following their acquisition of Bungle. Here's a surprise though, we're getting a Bioshock movie. Now this isn't the Bioshock movie that was announced back in like 2008 or whatever, obviously. That project fell apart long ago, but this week Netflix announced that it had reached an agreement with 2K and Take-Two to make a movie based on the franchise. No details were given, so we don't know if this is based on Bioshock 1 or 2, or perhaps Bioshock Infinite, or maybe even the new Bioshock game currently in development at Cloud Chamber. If I was a betting man, I'd bet pretty large on this one being based on the original game though. Rapture is just too good not to bring to the big screen. The other TV project in the offing is the Halo TV show, which launches next month on Paramount Plus. Paramount Plus, it's a mountain of entertainment. You don't even need to make jokes about that tagline. You just say it aloud and it's already funny. Anyway, the people who wrote the original Halo music, Marty O'Donnell and Mike Salvatore, are suing Microsoft, saying that they're owed unpaid royalties for the use of the music. The case has been bubbling.
Wait, really?
And a date for mediation is set this week. In a bold move that's sure to get everyone's attention, O'Donnell and Salvatore have instructed their lawyers to explore the possibility of blocking the release of the upcoming TV show with a preliminary injunction. Personally, I think there should be an injunction against this rendition of Cortana, but that's just me. Alright, it's time for everyone's favorite segment,
Jesus
No Fucking
Christ.
Thanks. And it's mostly good news this week, for a change. We'll do the bad news first. You won't believe this, but Take-Two Interactive are interested in NFTs. I know, shocking, right?
Wow.
How could the company that released the GTA Trilogy remaster be anything less than entirely scrupulous? By the way, did you guys see that those remasters sold over 10 million units and significantly exceeded Take-Two's expectations?
Oh my god. You guys buy this fucking games? Oh my god. Why? Why? Why would... Bro, come on, man. Holy shit.
Proving once and for all that everything I say and do on this channel is utterly pointless. Anyway, Take-Two CEO and Stretch Armstrong before the accident, Strauss Zelnick, spoke to his investors this week and he said that he is, quote, highly convinced that there is an opportunity for NFTs to fit with Take-Two's offerings in the future, end quote. So yeah, we can absolutely expect some sort of NFT bullshit in GTA 6, so long as the scam hasn't run out of puff by then. One developer is holding firm against the NFT onslaught, even as his CEO lays bare his nefarious plans for an NFT takeover. I'm talking about Final Fantasy XIV director Yoshi P.
Yoshi
who this
P.
week, when speaking as part of a live stream, addressed questions about the potential of NFTs arriving in Eorzea. It's a relevant question as the Square Enix CEO put out a really grim letter on New Year's Day of all days to announce that he was planning to send Squeenix balls deep into NFT territory. Yoshi P, absolute god emperor that he is, was quick to allay our concerns. Quote, I did mention it earlier, but based on how Final Fantasy XIV is designed, we don't intend on incorporating any NFT element in the game at this point. So if anybody is worried or concerned about it, I can clearly state at this time, we do not have any intentions to incorporate that into the game, end quote. Obviously,
Amen.
this is far from a definitive statement, but it's the best he can manage. At the end of the day, he answers to both his CEO and his shareholders, and if they decide it's going to happen, then that sucks, but Yoshi P's power has its limits. Hopefully it doesn't come to that. The tremendous goodwill that Final Fantasy XIV has cultivated over the past decade may not be entirely washed away with an NFT announcement, but it will certainly take a pretty massive and needless hit, and that would be a crying shame. The best NFT news this week came out of Platinum Games, who are in the headlines a lot this week as they talk potential acquisitions, the possible revival of Scalebound, and more. In one interview, company president Atsushi Inaba was asked about his thoughts on NFTs, and he gave an awesome response, quote, we haven't really been thinking about that. I understand it's a hot topic right now and it's really starting to gain momentum, but the way it's gained momentum has been focused on profitability for the company with no positive impact on the creators or the users in any sense. Yes, exactly. Thank you. So that's frustrating to see happen. The people who are trying to promote NFTs and partner with gaming companies, their conversations seem extremely one-sided. Hey, you're going to make money, but how does it benefit the user or the creator? If you want to spend my time on something, I want it to benefit making good games, end quote.
Hell
God,
yeah.
It is so refreshing to hear a developer talk like this. The interviewer then asked a follow-up question about how quickly Konami adopted NFTs, to which Platinum Vice President Hideki Kamiya responded, quote, "Not really. If it smells like money, Konami's gonna be there in a heartbeat," end quote. What an absolute fucking legend. So, what got announced or delayed this week? Well, essentially nothing. It's like every other game studio is so scared of Elden Ring's impending release that they dare not even speak about their own video games for fear it will be...
Dude, any game who's gonna release their game this week or next week, delay. Bro, I'm not joking. I'm not joking. This may be just like, you know, some Souls game, but it's hype as fuck. Everyone gonna try this game or at least watch it if they don't play the game. If you're a developer, delay, please. I promise you, it'll be worth it. Holy shit.
Consumed by the Elden Ring hype beast. Fair enough, I guess. One game had courage enough to show its face, Anno Mutationum, which got a release date announcement for the 17th of March, releasing exclusive to the PlayStation consoles and PC. Now, I actually played this one a while back during the Steam Next Fest, and I gotta say, I loved this. Obviously, its pixel art cyberpunk visuals are particularly fetch, but the game also played pretty damn well. A straightforward 2D beat-em-up with some simple but effective controls that got the job done.
It looks like
I suspect you'll be playing this
art style is a
one
little bit
more for the
2D
aesthetic and the
live.
story than for the
I like
gameplay,
2D.
though, which is fine by me. There's actually a demo out for this right now on Steam, so if you want to check it out for yourself, now's your chance. So what came out last week, aka the review roundup? Well, there was a lot last week, but we actually covered most of the critical reception owing to the fact that review embargoes were nice and early for a change. King of Fighters, Total War, Warhammer 3, Horizon Forbidden West all hit last week to great critical acclaim, with Horizon Forbidden West in particular knocking people's socks off, mine included. Outside of that, the only thing to hit was the Cyberpunk Next Gen update, which was pushed out for free last week just as the show was being put together. If you were hoping that the patch would lead to another cacophony of bugs and glitches and Croby Cat videos, then I'm sorry to disappoint you, but early reviews of the update are largely positive. From a graphical perspective, the patch does deliver on the promised 4K 60 as well as 4K 30 with ray tracing enabled, with overall stability and fidelity greatly improved across the board. Series S version got a little shafted, it's unable to hit 60 FPS or implement any ray tracing, but the big boy consoles are now handling Cyberpunk much better with some nice trimmings, and the gameplay rebalances like AI behavior, skill tree overhaul and more are very welcomed indeed. Cyberpunk will never be the game that was promised, but it's certainly a hell of a lot closer to that promise with this update. And if you haven't yet checked out Cyberpunk because you were waiting for bug fixes or whatever, then yeah, now looks to be the right time to jump in. So what's coming out this week? Not much really. Pretty quiet week. I think there's some new Call of Duty Warzone weapon skins coming out, so that's pretty exciting, I guess. That's pretty much it, really. Oh, what? One of the most hyped, most eagerly anticipated games of the year drops this week. A new game from one of the most celebrated and influential developers of all time. A dark fantasy role-playing adventure set in an expansive world full of wondrous creatures to kill and scores of weapons and gear to collect. That's right! Destiny 2 Witch Queen does come out this week.
I'm kidding, I'm kidding.
Did you like that one? It was the Dark Souls of bait and switches. That's right, Destiny addicts. Our dealers come to town and his sacks are stacked.
Shut the fuck up with Destiny, dude.
Most ambitious to date, adding and removing a story-driven campaign, adding and removing playable spaces, adding and removing endgame content, overhauling the languishing Gambit mode, and glancing in the general direction of PvP, with the promise of new maps and new modes at some point in the future. Just don't ask for any specifics. I joke about Destiny's one step forward, one step back approach to content, but the bottom line is Destiny's here for a good time, not a long time, and it's a hell of a good time. I can't say yet whether or not new players should take up a Kvostock and join the fray, but I'm all but certain that existing players will be well serviced by this update, because Bungie have been on a roll lately, and there's very little reason to suspect they're about to break their winning streak here. The Witch Queen arrives today on PlayStation, Xbox, PC, and Stadia. Stadia.
Imagine playing games on Stadia.
Monarch hits today, arriving on PlayStation, PC, and Switch. It's a turn-based JRPG that's met some middling reviews, currently sitting at 69 on OpenCritic. I find that these games are very much for their audiences, not for critics though. So if you're into this sort of thing, then definitely check it out. Don't forget that Steam has a 2-hour refund policy, so you can try before you buy. Edge of Eternity is a
that's not
JRPG
for me.
made in France. I've mentioned a few times now. It's already hit every other platform, but tomorrow it arrives on the Switch if you'd prefer to play it on the go. Martha is Dead arrives on all platforms, but the Switch on the 24th. Now, this one has a story behind it, because
24th? Fuck. It's gonna be released tomorrow. I'm not gonna play this game. I'm probably gonna play Elden Ring first, and then we probably, because we played the beta for Martha is Dead. It's really cool and really fucking gruesome. Like, the gore in this game is no joke. Like, if you guys didn't watch my beta gameplay, there's a scene, like, literally, you're playing the game where you cut someone's face off their fucking head. Literally, like, you're playing it, you're doing it with your controller or mouse and keyboard. You cut their face off, the skin of the face, and then wear it like a fucking Joker type of shit. What the fuck? I don't know, dude. It's so fucking gruesome. Like, I can see some people can get a turn off from this game.
you might have heard that one of these release versions isn't quite like the other, and that's because Sony have asked, or really forced,
Here, listen.
the developer to alter or remove scenes from the game before they would let it up on their storefront. The PC and Xbox versions are not subject to the same censorship, but Sony's is, and that's a shame. While Sony have the right as a platform holder to say what does and does not appear on their storefront, it's disappointing when they use that power to censor artists, because that's what games are, art. The backlash to this censorship has been universal. However, this is a small horror title and a lot of people just didn't hear about it, so Sony are just riding this one
Unfortunately,
out. Bottom
yeah.
line, if you want to grab this one, then consider grabbing it on other platforms, as those are the only ones offering a complete experience the way the developer intended it. Grid Legends is a racing game releasing like the week before Gran Turismo and a few months after Forza Horizon. The category is becoming extremely competitive as top quality offerings abound. Admittedly, Codemasters are no slouch, so this is sure to be a solid offering as well. It's hitting all platforms but the Switch on the 24th. And finally it is here. Destiny 2, I'm joking. Elden Ring, my god, I can't believe it. Now listen, I'm playing this right now. I am not allowed to say anything because I am under embargo, so please don't ask me what I think. As much as I am dying to tell you, I am literally not allowed to do so. And Bandai Namco do not mess around when it comes to that sort of stuff.
True.
I will have a review out on the embargo, the timing of which I cannot disclose, but it's this week, and if you would like to know the moment that that review is live, then all you need to do is hit the subscribe button, ding the notification bell, and then wait patiently, Tarnished, for your time has come. While you wait for Elden Ring, put this on your radar.
The fuck is this? Oh! We're gonna play this game later. Because the demo is out. And I downloaded it. Looks sick.
This is Scathe, the debut title from newly formed Scottish developer Damaged State, and if you think it looks like Doom, then yeah, it definitely looks like Doom. That's okay though, Doom's art style was fucking cool, so if an indie team of 3 people want to use it as a jumping off point for their own project, then I say go for it. Scathe is obviously Doom-like, but it does have some crucial differences. First up, the developers describe it as a bullet hell, which, yeah, you can see from the trailer, there's plenty of projectiles to dodge, so that looks cool. Critically, it supports co-op multiplayer, and that's awesome. I mean, I can see how Doom 2016 and Eternal are designed for solo play, but I think we can all agree that it would have been cool for some sort of co-op Doom experience.
True.
While Scathe is unlikely to rival Doom's production values, polish, or soundtrack, hopefully it's just some cool bullet-dodging, demon-shooting co-op fun. If it can deliver that, then I say mission accomplished. Scathe is angling for a 2022 release, actually, so if you'd like to wishlist it, I'll leave a link to the Steam page below. Sort of free stuff time, and there's almost nothing this week, but for 2 exceptions. The first is Epic Games, who right now are giving away the moving, co-op narrative-driven Brothers, A Tale of Two Sons. But on the 25th, that'll take over to...
Please, once again, if you guys haven't played this game, please give it a try. It's free on Epic Games, Brother, A Tale of Two Sons. Old game, really fucking good. I feel like not enough people have tried this game or played this game. It's really fucking good. I kid you not. I played this when I was still in high school, and it was so good. I'm not joking. This is a game made by the same guy who made It Takes Two and A Way Out. So you know it's really good.
Co-op narrative-driven
Really
Brothers, A Tale of Two Sons. But on the 25th, that'll tick over to Chris Tales. Now, this one released last year. It's an indie title. I played through the demo during the Steam Next Fest, and I liked it. Its art style is putting in the work, but the central mechanic is a time dilation one that splits the screen in three, so you can always see the past, present, and future. And in combat, you can move back and forth through time. So you can say, pour some water on an enemy shield in the past, and that shield becomes rusty and brittle in the future. That's cool. The game isn't likely to blow you away, but it's nice, it's cute, and thanks to Uncle Tim, it's free. One last question to finish up this block, and it's a serious one, so forgive the, sudden tone shift, but did you know that the critically acclaimed MMORPG Final Fantasy XIV has a free trial that includes the entirety of A Realm Reborn and the award-winning Heavensward expansion up to level 60 with no restrictions on playtime? Oh, what's that, you say? It's disabled at the moment due to server congestion? Well, not anymore. Commencing today, the greatest free trial of all time is once again available to the masses as Final Fantasy XIV server population stabilizes after what was a very, very crowded launch. I know we all like to meme about this free trial and its ubiquitous copy pasta, but for real, it's literally hundreds of hours of high-quality storytelling and gameplay for absolutely free. There's a reason that people talk about Final Fantasy XIV the way they do, and if you're at all interested to find out why, then this is absolutely a no-brainer.
Yoshi P, man. I wish every developer's like him.
Our feel-good story for the week is an old one in every sense of the word. It's a story that's been doing the rounds for a little while now. Months, years, decades in fact, and there's a good reason for that.
Are those grandpas?
People at the center of it have been around for decades themselves. Meet the Matagi Snipers, Japan's first seniors esports professional team. It's a team of 8 people ranging from ages 66 to 73. 21 people applied to get into the team, but only 8 made it through. Interestingly enough, not everyone who made the team was a gamer. One squad member by the name of Iba said that, quote, "Up until now, I never played video games," end quote. And now she's on a pro team with like a Razer sponsorship or some shit. I wonder if they tried to get G Fuel sponsors but were declined for fear the product would give them all heart attacks. These guys practice 3 days a week and they're going to start streaming in October. I predict these streams are going to be fucking huge. It's going to get that kind of Bob Ross wholesome crowd thing going on.
Yeah, dude, I would watch.
Pile in to be all positive and supportive and happy. Love it. I like this story because it gives me hope. I mean, I've still got a ways to go, but
yeah,
that's me up there. That's all of us up there. And if I can find an old folks home that has an esports program, well, I'm going to be more likely to stick around for a few more years. Better than watching Bold and the Beautiful, which I'm sure will also still be running at that time. All right, that's the show. But before we go, 2 things. First up, the video. If you liked it, smash the like button like it's the launch button for Elden Ring on Steam. Who knows? Maybe if you press the like button, maybe Elden Ring will suddenly appear on your screen and you can start playing it right now. Probably not, but it's worth a try. Secondly, the Elden Ring review is live this week, but I'm not yet allowed to say when, so please do subscribe to the channel and do ding the notification bell so you'll know the split second that video is live. That's going to be spoiler free, so very safe to listen to if you prefer. Can't wait to share that one with you. And finally, if you're a regular viewer of this channel, you'll have noticed that SteelSeries and I have been flirting back and forth for a little while. I'm pleased to announce that SteelSeries have finally put a ring on it, and that SteelSeries is now an official Shilla channel partner. Or I'm a SteelSeries partner, I'm not sure. But the point is, we're doing stuff together, and I'm very happy about it. I switched over to SteelSeries kit last year. My keyboard, my mouse, my PC headset, and the headset for my consoles. It was a big change since it had been many years since I'd done a peripherals refresh, but man, SteelSeries kit is the real deal. The keyboard feels so nice to use, the mouse is super light, responsive, and reliable.
Is this CSGO edit?
Awesome fit, adjustable top strap, industry-leading sound quality, an external DAC that you can plug other sound sources into. You can sync it with your phone at the same time as you're using it on your PC so you can take calls on it. And it comes with a spare battery that charges in the DAC,
there you go, chat.
So you can immediately hot swap to it whenever you need. This thing was a really, really big upgrade when I got my hands on it. So yeah, officially partnered with SteelSeries now, which I'm very happy about since that means a few things. First up, They let me in on a few upcoming product releases, which I can't talk about yet, but believe me, you guys are going to love those. Secondly, I get a discount code which works globally, and it gives you 12% off any purchase. That discount code is SkillUp. That's going to work all year round, so if at some point in the future you want to grab some SteelSeries kit,
Go ahead, Chad, go ahead. Bye.
You're going to hear plenty more about SteelSeries over the coming years, so consider this just a taster. I'm looking forward to it, and if you're ever in the market for premium PC or console peripherals, then I really recommend checking SteelSeries kit out. I use it, I think it's awesome, I think you'll love it too.
There you go, chat, there you
go.
go.
Be sure to click the link below, and don't forget to use offer code SkillUp at checkout. Thanks SteelSeries for sponsoring the video, and thank you for watching.
Alright. Not bad, not bad. Good video, good video. I mean, yeah, most of the news we already heard. Like the fucking, you know, Elden Ring, obviously, the Final Fantasy, the horror game, Destiny 2 new fucking thing. That was an anime ass. Halo. Yeah. There's nothing new. Although, yeah, the Ubisoft thing, that was a little bit. I mean, it's Ubisoft. Who's surprised? Of course, they're gonna really do some weird shit because they're Ubisoft. Who's even surprised at this point? Oh yeah, the Elix trailer. Let's check it out. This is Elix 2 explanation trailer. I don't know what the fuck that's supposed to mean.
You're back. Look, I know we had our differences in the past, but there's a new threat to Magellan that could be the end of all of us. You need to head out there again. You know our planet. There's ravenous wildlife making every step a calculated risk. The beasts are terrifying as ever, from small threats like rock dragons and night shadows to those massive ice trolls. The humans are no help either. Magellan is being ripped apart with all the factions locked in persistent wars with each other. They won't welcome you.
The graphic, man.
Especially since you've been away all these years.
But
And now, there are those creatures that came from the sky. Fear for humanity's survival. We'll need you to get your strength back. Unfortunately, you'll have just basic equipment and next to no abilities to start with. But you'll quickly regain your powers. And gain even more than your wildest dreams.
wow.
You'll find a multitude of weapons at your disposal, from clubs to chainswords.
That's
Most
cool.
melee weapons you acquire can be used for both light and
I always
heavy
love
attacks.
the chainsword
And
design.
There's also ranged combat using various bows and guns. If
It's
you
33
choose
men,
to
we can
align
forgive that.
yourself
Well,
with
yeah,
factions,
but still.
you'll gain access to more advanced equipment. Survival on Magellan is hard, but it's made easier when you're a part of them. Find out what they want from you. See how you can play them to your advantage.
That armor looks
And
like
rise
Crisis.
up in their ranks to become more powerful. You'll be rewarded with armor and new skills that are unique to every faction. Or choose to be a lone warrior. It's really up to you. The world is full of people to talk to, learn from, manipulate, and play off against each other. Most of them will have secrets to share, or rewarding jobs for you to complete. Some will even join you for a portion of your journey. Every person in this world has a unique place, has their own stories to tell. Whomever you first encounter, that is where your journey begins. Magellan is a huge and open world. Use it to your advantage. Explore all the places where others dare not go. Secrets lie in every corner, and there are plenty of resources to be found. Use them to improve your skills and your weapons. The experience you gain through combat and by completing missions will make you stronger, more than you ever imagined.
Oh my god.
Use the map to find your way and plan where you need to go next. And don't forget to look up to the sky. It's where the invaders are coming from, but with your jetpack, It's also often the quickest route. For now, it will only help you to jump a bit higher, but upgrade it using jet fuel, and you'll access places you never thought possible. Jax, I understand that you don't trust me. In fact, you shouldn't trust anyone. But this is bigger than all of us.
Okay, okay. You know, I really like the one thing that makes me always interested with Elix, like it always in the corner of my eye, so like, should I check it or not? Is that how ambitious they are with their fucking game, regardless of the size of the team, which is, you know, very rare kind of thing. So yeah, you know what? I'll keep an eye out on this. I'm definitely not gonna play this like on launch or anything like that. I'll keep an eye out. I'll see the review and all that kind of stuff. Maybe we can check it out. We'll see. We'll see. It is like based on the gaming. I'm loving the walk. Looks great, honestly. Like I do feel like they could expand their team to make the game at least looks more, you know, inviting, especially for, you know, younger players specifically, or people who really relies on visual. Like, I mean, come on, it's 2022. We're very spoiled right now in terms of like gaming, and I feel like most people is like, you know, they want their game to at least looks good. It doesn't have to be high quality 3D like some fucking Horizon Zero Dawn style. No. Like, I mean, there's game like fucking, let's see, what's a good what's a good budget indie game that just looks amazing? There's a lot of them, but I'm talking about more of 3D stuff. Outer Wilds, yes. Well, again, I mean, different, cause I feel like Elix, the reason why it's so, it looks so okay. By the way, what's up, Bondi? How you doing? Hello, hello. The reason why it looks so okay is that, you know, it's just complex as fuck. Like the gameplay, system is basically like Fallout or Mass Effect kind of stuff, like literally pure RPG, like you can be whatever you want kind of stuff as long as the world provides it. So I understand, like, if they have to like animate every single one of, like, let's say dialogue, animation, moveset, everything, that's gonna require literally hundreds of people. Like, you know, even BioWare messed up with Mass Effect Andromeda. Like the fucking, you know, the fucking buggy mess bullshit. So, yeah, I understand. So, yeah. In that sense, I kind of be like, you know, I kind of understand. Understandable. The first game was a massive flop, and even that didn't stop them. I don't think the first Elix was a flop. Elix game. I think it was like mostly positive, if I'm not wrong. It's not even mixed. Yeah. Mostly positive in my eyes is definitely pass. Like, it's not A. It's like C. Like, in terms of like scoring. C or like C plus or B minus. That's mostly positive. Like, I would say a game would flop if it's like mixed. Anything below mixed, like, it would flop for sure. But mostly positive is not flop. It's like some people like it, some people don't, kind of thing. You know what I mean? 6. Even 6 sounds a little bit too much. I feel like 7. Mostly positive is definitely 7. Very positive is 8 to 9, and then overwhelmingly positive is 10. You know what I mean? Like, mostly positive is like 6.5 to 7. Like, it's definitely passable, I would say. Faux show, faux show. It's cool though, it's cool. Okay. Since it's already 10 p.m., I think we can do some gameplay instead of more drawing. Hold up, let me just save this for now. Looks like art block's kind of dominating me today, but it's actually not bad. It's still a progress. Also, you guys can check this drawing on Twitter for full HD looks. I'm really proud of this one, so if you guys want to check it out, follow me on Twitter. Check it out, twitter.com/raddtrap. You can see this in full glory. Wow! Exclamation socials in the chat. Alright. Now checking the Cyberpunk. Oh, the Cyberpunk? It's just a thank you video though, right? We can check it out.
Some of you have been with us for a very long time.
Okay.
Holy shit! CD Projekt Red, it's fucking Cyberpunk!
Cyber fucking. Dude, so many people are hyped with this game. I remember.
Look at that world, man.
Yeah. Yeah. That one was big. That one was big. That one was big. Oh damn, I remember this. Remember when, chat, remember when E3 was still a thing? Holy shit. And then COVID just like came over, just like, fuck you all. Stay at home.
We've traveled far and wide to share our vision with you.
Oh damn, that's a clean cosplay. Go. Dude, what the fuck? That is a really good cosplay. Damn. That looks eerily accurate to the in-game. I covered this song on YouTube. You guys can check out my cover on YouTube. Just search raddtrap on YouTube. Subscribe to YouTube.
Turn. You shared your support with us.
I'm just an angry old vet. I'm aiming straight for your head. Ain't got no reason speaking to you if we ain't breaking no bread. I got demons, I'm trying to erase all my blessings. Dealing with PSTD,
Jesus.
and depression. Permanently, I'm damaged. Back when we met, I was manic. Niggas caught me lacking, was too busy chasing the dragon.
Your amazing crafting skills.
Are you ready for the Cyberpunk 2077 cosplay contest?
Big dick, giant balls. Been wrestling with the thought of suicidal loss. I get a lot of envy from the aura I give off. I'm the type to put my balls on your side, bro.
God damn.
Listening to music with your eyeballs. Gold watch on my wrist, bubble on my face. Want my money on the double, I don't complain. Want my money on the double, want my money on the double, want my money on the double, I don't complain. Want my money on the double, want my money on the double.
What the fuck? That was a cosplay video? Holy shit.
Your creativity.
What the fuck is that? Oh shit. I never really draw anything cyberpunk related, huh? I should have drawn fucking Johnny. I really want to. Such a cool character.
Your boundless enthusiasm.
What the fuck?
And patience.
Patience. True.
We would not be here today without you. And for that, we say
Thank you.
Is the narrator the voice of female V?
Thank you. I hope you enjoy. Thank you.
I think so.
Dziękuję.
Muito obrigado, galera. Thank you. Thank you.
Dzięki. Obrigado.
Spasibo.
Thank you.
Doggo.
Спасибо.
Was that Lawrence?
Dziękuję.
I saw Lawrence.
Спасибо. Dziękujemy.
Merci.
Dziękuję. Thank you so much. Dziękuję. Dziękuję. Dzięki. Thank you. Dzięki. Thank you.
Dzięki.
Kamsaba.
Thank you. Dziękujemy.
Oh, it's a cute cat. Bam, bam, bam. Chooms in this video. That's cool. I mean, yeah, they definitely like even though it's obviously the game is nowhere near to something that they did promised at launch. It's definitely they definitely do the right thing by literally improve the game to where it's at right now. So it's really cool. I really like that. Like they do the No Man's Sky treatment. You know what I mean? Being responsible. It's definitely cool. Pavel is in there. Yeah, well, I mean, well, obviously. Alright, chat. It is time. It is time, people. People of the people, it is time for some gaming. Oh shit, brother. A brother, man. Oh, by the way, here's the link. I forgot to post it earlier. Okay. So, I installed a lot of demo. You guys might be asking, why, Red? Well, right now there's this thing going on Steam that is called Steam Next Fest, and what that is basically a bunch of mostly indie developers basically like showing off their shit. Some of them's already released, most of them haven't, or it's coming soon. So they just released a bunch of demo. So we're gonna check out some of the cool stuff. I already installed a bunch of them, and we'll see what's up. We will see what's up. I'm actually excited because some of them are games that I really want to try. So yeah. Save the sketch request, it's expensive. What do you mean? The sketch request is... How much is sketch request again? 5k. I mean, I feel like it's the right price, right? I hope it's the right price. I think it's the right price. Oh, also, chat. Almost forgot. Elden Ring. Elden Ring is gonna be live or released. It's already preloaded it. So it's already in my library, waiting for it to, you know, go live and shit like that. But there's the thing. This game is gonna be live, unfortunately, not around my stream time. Not at all. No, I mean screenshot it. Oh no. Me as a streamer, I can see the list of every redeem channel point, so don't worry about it. It's always there. So here's the thing. Elden Ring It's gonna be live at, so for reference right now, this is my time zone. It is 10 p.m. and this game gonna be live at 6 a.m. in the morning for me. I kid you not. It's gonna be live at 6 a.m. on Friday. So 6 a.m. Friday, that is 6 p.m. Eastern time, and then UTC is 11 p.m. So this is definitely like if we were gonna compare it from now, it's like right now it's 11 or 10, 1, 2, 3, 12, 3, 4, 5, 6. It's 8 hours from now. And I don't stream at that hour at all, right? But the thing is, I want to play this game literally the moment it's live, right? But at the same time, it's gonna be 6 a.m. So in EU, like let's say Germany, it's gonna be around midnight. And then for NA, it's gonna be 6 p.m. or something like that. Now, I don't know if I'm if I really like I really want to play this game, but I don't know if I really want to play it like at 6 a.m. in the morning. You know what I mean? It'll be released on 5 a.m. on place. Fuck, I'm gonna wreck my sleeping schedule. That's the thing. And I'm probably most of you guys probably not gonna be awake at the time either. So I'm thinking, I don't know. I mean, like, listen. The moment I wake up, I definitely want to play this game. So I may. Oh wait, what is that? Oh, right. Thanks. This is useful. So, when the game's live, it's gonna be like really late for most of you guys. And some of you guys probably is not gonna be awake, or some of you guys gonna just woke up. It depends where you are at. So, I don't know if we should play it on literally the second it launch, or we'll do a daytime stream. Daytime stream is, that means it's around like around this time, 12 p.m. 12 p.m. my time. Yeah, you guys can see it here. I'm not sure, dude. I'm not sure. Like, I don't get it. Why are they releasing it at fucking 6 a.m. in the morning? Like, bro, what the fuck, man? I don't know. I don't know if I want to go that far. You know what I mean? Ah, shit. Shit, boy, shit. So, I'm probably gonna think about it again, and probably gonna post announcement on Discord on what time I'm gonna play it. I'm not expecting most of you guys gonna show up on the first couple of hours of the stream, because it's probably gonna be too early for some of you guys. But my plan is I'm gonna do a 12-hour stream, at least 12 hours. Can be more. So yeah, this stream, like right now, is gonna be the last normal stream according to the title, and then next stream, which is gonna be the moment Elden Ring live, I'm gonna do 12-hour stream, potentially 24 hours. Probably not. This is a little bit over ambitious, but at least 12 hours for sure. Faux show. So, yeah. Just letting you guys know. It's gonna be a little bit weird. Yeah, Elden Ring is huge. All right, for me, it's a huge release. It is. I'm a From Software fucking shill. It's like Saints Ubisoft shill. So yeah, man. That's it. I'm just gonna let you guys know. So the next stream, gonna be live probably around 6 a.m. on Friday. That is 6 p.m. Eastern time. You guys can just convert that. 6 p.m. Eastern time on Thursday. Fuck, dude, time zone is so weird. Just pay attention to Discord after the stream, because I'm gonna announce it either after stream or maybe tomorrow morning when I woke up. Okay? Okay, boy. Okay, boy. But right now, let's do some gaming. And gaming time. If the game can actually launch. Okay, we're good. So this one, I'm not sure if my PC can actually run this game, but fingers crossed, because it's a physics-based game. I'm pretty sure some of you guys have seen it before, or maybe even try it out yourself. Welcome to the Abyss demo 1.2. This demo features the first couple levels we'll encounter in this game, as well as a selection of level later words on the sandbox. Most of the level are all work in progress, so feel free to skip them if you get stuck. Oh, Jesus Christ. Look at that. So, yeah, we've seen this on, I think, Gamescom or some shit like that. It's basically a destroy type of game, like a physics-based destroying building type of game. I love this kind of game. I think it's fucking sick. Wait, what is that? Hold up. Okay. Just show my fucking thingy thing. V-Sync off. New gaming PC, older potato. Let's do older. Let's be realistic here. Oh, wait, why is it not capturing the game? Halo. Game capture. Halo. Can you guys see the game? Yeah? Why can I not see the game? That's weird. A bit loud? Hold up. We can hear it. Okay, I guess I have to play it on desktop. But that's gonna be a shitty quality though. Yeah, it's definitely not full smooth. Oh, there we go. Okay. I guess we'll just give it a try. Hold up. It's flickering. Jesus Christ. Okay, hold up. I don't know why it's flickering. What the hell? V-Sync maybe? No. Motion blur? Full screen? No, that doesn't make sense. Okay, it only flickers in the settings anyway. Alright, let's give it a try. I don't expect my PC to be able to run this game properly, but... Oh, hold right mouse. Okay. Oh my god, it's already dropping frames. Hold left mouse button to move. Okay. Hold up. Scroll to zoom. New part, ultra heavy cube. Okay. Oh. Select the cube in the main menu on the left. Okay, I did. Oh. Left mouse to fast place. Boom. Okay. Hold to move after placement and release. Okay, I got it. Alright. Scroll while hovering to rotate parts. Shit. Alright, there we go. Destroy all red targets to win. It dropped to fucking 10 FPS earlier. Okay. I'm assuming we just win. Jesus Christ, dude, this game is so fucking heavy. Use connector to link parts. Okay. Oh yeah, hold up. What if we try potato? I wonder. I mean, it still looks good. Kinda. Alright, so... Heavy pillar. Dude, it's so weird. Okay. I'm assuming we want to, like, just... Oh, wait. I fucked up. What does the connector do again? I don't get it. Oh. I mean... 65%? I don't know. I feel like I can do better than that. Okay. I don't know how to do this. I guess we're just gonna do two kind of like tower thingy thing. I'm gonna do it like this. Fuck. Right. Then connector. And then we're just gonna do this. I guess that's gonna work. Oh, wait. What did I say? According to plan. You know what? 80%, I'll take it. Destroy targets on build grounds to unlock. Oh no. Oh my god. Okay. This one looks challenging. Heavy beam, heavy pillar. How are we gonna have enough for all? I think it's a little bit over ambitious. Well, I think let's just focus on destroying this shit. Oh wait. Shit! Okay. I think that's fine. Okay. Clean. Oh. Explode? Okay. 98? Are you kidding? Bro, how do you get 100%? That's so shitty. Use rotator to turn parts. Ooh. Rotator clockwise. Okay. Sure. Okay, so you want the connector to go there. Heavy beam. And then one more. Okay, I cannot really do that. Oh wait, I cannot. I gotta do connector. This game is killing my PC. Explode. Okay. $91. I'll take that. Dude, my PC is screaming right now. Use bombs to create explosives. Okay. Jesus Christ. Okay, this is just a straight. Wait, what? Huh? Oh, okay, I get it. I get it, I get it. And then you want to go like this. You want to bomb over here. Now, then one over here and up here, and then put bomb over here. And it should be good. Why that one didn't explode? Okay. No, redo. Why did it not explode? Hold up. Maybe I'll use a connector this time. Maybe we need to stabilize it. Bing. Bang. A little bit higher, but not too much. And connector over here. Connector again over here. Get it on top. Alright. Over here. Connect it at top. And voila. Put the bomb. Bing. Wait. Bing. And bang. And a go. Is that... You know what? 88. I'll take it. I'll take it. Use thruster for propulsion. Oh, oh my god. Wait a second. This one could be fun. Okay. Heavy pillar. No. A body. But I think one to build a little bit higher. So we're gonna use the pillar as a platform. Use this and then thruster and an ultra heavy cube to make it. Wait, fuck. Connector, ultra heavy cube. I don't fucking know. Alright, let's go. Alright, listen. Ah, shit. Okay. Okay, that did not go as planned. Hold up. I want to make it like go like up. You know what I mean? What if I do it like this? Damn, that shit is so heavy, huh? Okay, how about just this? Okay. That's not what I meant. Alright, come on. Come on. Go! Alright, okay. We cannot. It's too heavy. I think we can move it a little bit to the middle. So connector over here. It's falling, it's falling, it's falling. And oh, this one's did not fall. Fuck. Above 80. Again, a passing grade. I'll take it. Use lasers to cut targets? Oh shit, okay. What the fuck? Wait, how the fuck do I do this? Hold up. Let me make sure first. Is this thing like... Okay. Okay, I get it. Wait, what the fuck? Okay. So let's do rotator at the bottom. One laser. And then a connector. And then a pillar. And then a connector again. And then another rotator. Wait, that actually doesn't make sense, but whatever. And then go. $80? Okay, we can definitely do better. Shit. Okay, I think one heavy pillar and then a connector, rotator, laser, connector, no, connector, and then another laser. Go. Activate, rotate. Oh! Okay, I think that's enough. 80? Let's go. I'll take that. Activate pistons to throw objects? Ooh, okay. Wait, what? Huh? Okay, this is kind of weird. But sure. I don't know how are we gonna do this, but fuck it, dude. Connector. Shit. Okay. More connector. And then just ultra heavy cube. Alright, go. Okay. Okay. Ah, god damn it. Maybe let's just drop the fucking thing. How about that? Okay, bro. This is gonna be hard. I guess I'll just do this. I don't know. Nah, 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 nah. Oh, my PC, help! Oh, I hit 10 FPS there or some shit. Thanks for playing. This was the last level. What? Check out Sandbox. What the fuck? That was so short. Wait, what is this? Hinge? Oh, okay. That is so fucking short. I mean, I get it. I get it. It's whatever. Okay, I don't know how the fuck the fucking hinge works. Okay, I mean, yeah, it's okay. I'm not really interested in Sandbox, but I'm interested in like the full games. I feel like this is the type of like fun puzzle but satisfying type of shit. It was cool. I want to try the full game though, with more, you know, option of like the levels and everything. That's cool. That's cool. All right. I'll take that. Alright, next one. That was pretty short though. A little bit sad, but it's okay. But we are not done yet Next one. This one is a game that looks interesting for sure. Definitely looks interesting. And well, because you guys have seen it earlier. It is very Doom-ish. Very sick looking game, despite the very indie developer trying to do Doom stuff, but adding their own flair. I think, oh fuck me, that's so loud. Let me mute the... Jesus. Don't worry, I'm muting the desktop audio right now. It's currently so fucking loud. Hold on. Oh my fucking... Oh, ear. Ah. Bro, hold up. Oh my god. Jesus fucking Christ. Okay, hold up. Alright, there we go. Skate. I don't know if that's how you pronounce it, skate. It's like skate, but skate. I don't fucking know. This game looks fucking sick, that's all I know. And it's a shooter game. Oh. Gamma correction. Bada bing bada boom. Kill flash effect. Let's not change anything. Let's just try it out. Oh god, there's motion blur. I do not like that. Oh, bro. Okay, that's a lot better. Oh, it's still though. Okay, it is definitely Doom inspired for sure. Okay, infinite ammo, sick. Sensitivity is a bit low. Give me a second. What the fuck? Dude, give us a slider. No one should click next on a fucking... There we go. Wipe your face with F. Alright, that's kind of cool. Is there... What did I want to do? FOV slider? FOV. Let's do 120. There we go. Ah! I don't know if I'm actually taking damage or it's just... Yeah, I think I'm taking damage a little bit. The screen bloody effects is a little bit janky. The sound is a little bit but that's okay. Like the scream and the fucking point collects, it's very janky. Oh shit! Wait, they chase me? Shit. Okay, okay, the bullet hell is starting. You actually have to dodge. Okay, I'm almost dead, but that's okay. Hello. What the fuck? I don't like the crosshair. Shit, 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 shit. Dude. Oh my god. I am one hit. Fuck! Okay. Wait, it's a one life thing? Oh my god. Okay. If you died, you start over all the way from the start. I don't know how to feel about that. Alright, we'll do it properly this time. Wait, I did not pick that up. Ah, shit! The spiky guys are so annoying. Shit! I don't know where I'm going. Sure. Oh shit. Okay, we're learning. We wanna keep moving in this game. How do I take that shit? Come here! Alright. Easy peasy. But I took damage the whole time? Fuck. I feel like we should go that way. The blood smear wipe effect is very cheesy. I don't know about that one. I feel like that's a kamikaze enemy. Woo boy! Okay, this is not easy. Bum 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 bum. Oh wait. We made it. Okay. The double barrel shotgun, or the pump shotgun, never mind. Well, it's a double barrel pump shotgun. That was weird. King Sledge. What? No way that was it. Are you kidding me? Man. Why are these demos are so short? I was actually starting to enjoy that. I mean, sure. That was, I mean, I don't know. I feel like the demo was a little bit too short. Like, I get it's one level, but it's one short level. Okay. 2 games down so far, both of them are very short, but that's okay. We still have 7 game left, yeah. So don't worry about it, chat. We got it. We got a lot of stuff. The next one, I personally very excited about because the gameplay is very speedrunny. And you guys know me. I'm a speedrun demon. And I love to speedrun. Because I'm good at speedrunning. No cap. And everyone can agree on that, right? Let's check it out. Rad. This is on Game Pass. RoboQuest? Hello. There we go. VSync off, 1080, bada bing bada boom. The music though, god damn! Okay. Well, hydrate. Oh, damn! I'm actually jamming to this. Oh, wait, shit. Hold on. Yeah, RoboCast, we can check it out some other time. It was a cool game, but I'm in no rush, to be fair. Heads up, this content of the game has been modified for this demo. Your demo save file will not carry. Okay. Cool. Cool. Faux show. 1 second. Okay. Oh my fucking god, okay, that's still loud. Sorry about that. Oh, it's a cutscene, okay.
Should have known it was gonna end this way.
Oh, I forgot, this is a visual novel stuff. Ewok V... Oh shit, I don't know how to pronounce her name. Ewok Vra? What's up? How you doing? Banger tunes, I know.
God's sixth sense of humor or something. People like me don't get second chances. But if I did, I swear I'd do it right.
Mm-hmm. Just replay the V with A-U. Iwakura?
Huh?
Oh, U,
I swear
Iwakura.
I was just in the middle of something.
Iwakura, what's up? How you doing, man?
Can't remember a thing, though. Where the heck am I?
Wait, so this game's gonna be fully voiced? Not bad.
Do I know these people?
God damn! I see waifu material.
Neons, rejoice! For you've arrived in glorious heaven!
Nice.
What?
We are the believers.
Oh. Sorry.
And you, dead mortals, are what we refer to as neons, sinners that God has judged most unfavorably.
Okay.
Wait, am I meant to be in hell?
But fret not, for we have granted you an opportunity for salvation in our annual competition, the 10 Days of Judgment.
Their voice.
During these 10 days, you neons will use your villainous talents to annihilate the demons invading our holy land.
Okay.
Is this for real?
Damn, art style.
Hey, guess what? You died and God thinks you suck. Go kill some crap?
You will each receive a soul card containing a weapon befitting your past.
Whoa.
Katana
Badass.
soul card. A soul card with a melee slash attack cannot be discarded. The attached node reads, according to our records, White's ideal weapon is totally sick samurai sword. Okay, so her name is White.
The most competent demon slayer will receive the ultimate reward, God's forgiveness, and your very own place in heaven.
Some anime shit. The plot. Doing pretty good. Wanting to watch more people play this game since it's really fun. Hope you have lots of fun with it. Hopefully. I saw the gameplay trailers previously, and I really dig it, so we'll see.
But first, some housekeeping.
Some housekeeping. Monka Giga.
You will now be known as Eon White.
Okay.
Do not forget, you are here in heaven as guests. These masks contain an explosive that we won't hesitate to detonate if you step out of line.
Yeah, this is some anime shit.
Please refrain from removing them.
I can see this
Unless, of
definitely being
course,
an
you
anime or a
prefer to
manga.
Go out in flames.
Some
Yeesh.
very absurd.
Guess lowly sinners shouldn't expect red carpet treatment. But heaven kind of seems like a racket.
Okay.
And yet, forgiveness is strangely compelling to me. Like every inch of my body is calling out for it. It's almost painful. Who exactly did I used to be?
Monkas.
Now then, go forth, catch your boat at the glass port, and kill every demon you find. We'll be counting.
I like their
Right.
voice.
Demons? Soul cards? No sweat.
Alright.
Memories might be hazy, but I don't need a tutorial on how to kick ass. They are gonna do a tutorial, right?
Okay, dude. Breaking the fourth wall, wow! Alright. Movement. Distract Glassport. Press space to start. Okay. Sensitivity, I think it's fine. WSD, WSAD, look around with mouse. Okay. Oh shit, I just used it. There's 26 left, shit. Okay. Jumping to space. Alright, I mean, pretty basic. I don't think you can sprint in this game, but that's okay. Silver medal, unlock inside. Wait. That was time? Okay. Listen, chat. Listen. Are you guys ready? Because we're gonna fucking grind the shit out of this demo. I am not stopping until I'm getting this diamond. Replay. 27 seconds. Let's go. I don't know. Let's see if we can get it. Shit. Okay, time freeze on that. Fuck! I fucked up. No! 1 second short. Wait, there's a rank? Dude, okay, 2 seconds short. I got this. Wait, can I do this? Whoa, what the fuck? Oh, this sprints you? Are you kidding me? Motherfucker! Okay, that's a lot easier. Easy. Ace medal. Oh man, I'm gonna enjoy this fucking game. Let's fucking go, dude. I'm already loving this. Hell yeah. Alright, pummel. We'll do it normally first. Purify soul card. Soul card fires like a machine gun. Firing cards. Swap cards with Q. Okay. Alright. Okay, so that was it. Dude, the music is nice. It's kind of drum and bass-ish. 13 seconds. Okay. I wonder if I should kill the thingy thing.
Would be a real shame if you killed Yogg before Elden Ring release. Smile.
Would be a real shame if you killed your GP before Elden. No, don't. This game looks light as fuck. Don't worry. Also, what's up, Onsen? How you doing? How's your dance? Or workout, I mean. Welcome. Gunner. Okay. That has to be diamond. What? Okay. Can you go faster than that? Hold up, music's a tad bit too loud. Give me a sec. Let's do 60. There we go. 15 seconds. Okay. I think we gotta follow the fucking eyes thingy. What? Huh? What was that? Oh, you gotta jump. Oh, you can jump over. Huh? Oh, okay. That's interesting. Oh, but I still have to kill them all. Wait, where's the last one? Oh, okay. Alright. I work at decent after a long while. Is this one of those speedrun game again? Yes. Oh shit. I think I got it. Easy. Okay, I am definitely buying this game. I'm already having fun. I'm definitely buying this game when it came out.
Not too shabby. It must have been a real hard.
Alright, hold up.
Yo, White, bro, it has been a minute, man.
The fuck? Neon yellow. Okay, there's a story as well in this game.
This guy. Even with a mask on, I recognize him from earlier. I can tell I know him, but just vaguely.
Holy crap, you got the freaking anime sword? I thought for sure you'd get one of those little guns like
This
the,
voice acting though.
what's it called, like gnomes use?
Gnomes?
Just messing. I know you're a badass.
So why Why the hell does an idiot like this seem to remember me perfectly?
You okay, man?
No, actually. I seem to be missing my memories. Can you fill me in?
What? For real? We rode together for years, bro. Got up
Bro.
to some crazy stuff.
Hell yeah, dude. This guy's a bad chess.
You were my Sasuke, man. The darkness to my life.
Devs, no you did not just do that. Are you kidding me? You were my Sasuke? Oh my god, I'm cringing. It's on purpose though. I'm pretty sure it's on
You know I
purpose.
saved your life once. Took a bullet for you, dude.
Oh shit.
Nah, I'm just messing.
Ah.
Alright.
But seriously, dude, we should team up. Just like old times. Then I could save you for real from those, like, demon freaks or something.
Appreciate the offer, but no thanks. I work alone.
I could be like, pow! And you could be like, because of the sword, you know?
Sure. Good meeting you.
Don't think, feel, bro.
I like this guy. Okay. Cascade. Elevate soul card. The soul card fires like a handgun. Trigger a second jump. Try it midair. Oh, there's a discard ability. So if I use a discard ability, it will discard the whole card as a whole. Interesting. Discard ability. Okay. Oh shit, I didn't take it. Fuck. I fucked up. I think I fucked up. Nope. Okay. Whoa! I got an ace first time. Okay. First time, chat. Easy. 0 death. I mean, 0 restart. Elevate. Okay. Okay, I messed up. Easy. A serial killer? Yeah, I think they use friendless, Steam friendless as a leaderboard, which is very cool. There's friendless and there's also global. Oh no, there's global. That means, oh fuck. What's my score? 1904. 1543. I want to do it. You know what? Let's beat the whole game first, and then we'll come back to it, and then we'll do like a speedrun shit. Fuck. Shit. My speedrun instinct is coming back. Balloon demons. Okay. I saw that immediately. No way, I missed one? Oh, there he is. Okay. Oh, what the fuck? Okay. Where is he? Shit. F. Thank you. I need that. I'm glad they have that. Oh, I fucked up again. Alright. I know what to do now. Okay. Ah, greedy. I got greedy. I thought I can skip the platform. Fuck. Okay. I'm trying to speedrun it immediately. I shouldn't though. But might as well, you know what I mean? No! I misclicked. We have a veteran here to school you? I know. Okay, now I can say I can confidently do an ace medal. But that's not what matters here. What matters is the leaderboard. Shit! Okay, 19. Oh my god. What's the number one? 1798. That is definitely doable. Oh man. I'm enjoying this, dude. What the fuck?
Is that the alt girl I saw from earlier?
Alt girl.
Hey, mind letting go of my shirt?
What?
There was this huge demon chasing after me.
Jesus, the voice.
Looks like I lost it. You'd protect me if it came back, though, right?
Oh my god.
Sorry, I got a boat to catch. You're on your own, kid.
You know how I feel about being called kid, White.
I actually don't remember. Amnesia? Side effect of dying, it seems.
Seriously? You're not alone. I've lost some memories too. Like, I can't even remember how to use a gun, which makes this whole situation extra scary.
The voice!
Won't you at least show me how? Please, please, please.
Oh my god.
I don't know. I should probably get going.
You wouldn't really abandon a cute girl like me, would you? I know you don't remember, but you were once a great teacher. Mr. White.
Oh no.
I was? Well...
Okay, dude.
Fine. I can spare a second, I guess.
Oh my god, it's fucking...
You want to bend your knees a bit. Arms extended, but not locked.
Is this good?
Yeah, but keep it steady. You should use both hands and fill any open spaces on the grip with your fingers.
Oh, there's something kinda exhilarating about this, huh, Mr. White? Cold, hard metal in my hands, that hint of danger, your hot breath on the back of my neck.
Anyway, you'll learn faster by doing.
Like this?
Holy crap. Are you sure you forgot?
Yay! That was so much fun! Thanks, White. I owe you big time.
The fuck?
Well, you know, it's like you said. I'm a great teacher.
It's Violet. Don't go forgetting this time.
Okay. Looks like all their name is really based on their color.
Race you to the ship!
Violet, shoot.
Oh shit.
I better get moving.
Skipped it. Okay. Purify. Discard abilities, soul card discard ability, purify bombs, destroy red breakable walls. Okay. Purify bomb will also destroy group of enemies. Interesting. Okay, that was gold. Okay. Replay. 13 seconds. Gotcha. Wait a minute. Did it give me a boost? I swear I noticed a boost there. Damn! 0.6 second. 0.60 second. I did see reviews as demo. Yeah, it's a demo. The game's not released yet, unfortunately. You don't need to break the doors to clear the level. No! I pressed next level! No! No, 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 no! No! Go back! No, there's no fucking way, dude. Ah, fuck. Alright, whatever. Yeah, I was about to say. Because when I destroyed the bomb earlier, the Purify bounced me up. Okay. Ah, shit. Did it too fast. I think I can do that better. Okay. Yeah, okay, we can definitely not destroy the door there. I got an ace though. But I kinda wanna do more. I feel I can do better here. Wait, let's see here. Okay. So you don't have to take the thingy thing. Okay. Running on water make you faster. Keep forgetting about that. Shit. Could have skipped that. Okay. Oh! Oh, that felt good. That felt good. It's fucking 700 though. Plus 3,000. Fastest time 10 seconds. Okay, this level is fun. Let me see if I can do this. No. Okay. Okay. No, okay, that's not possible. I think you do have to do this. That's really shit. Oh, that's a bad jump. "15 seconds? What the f- How the fuck do you get 10 seconds? Hold up. I don't think you can skip this. Yeah, there's no way. You do have to take the first route. And you cannot skip that either. Hold up. Shit. Okay, that's too long. Ah, fuck. That's a shitty jump. No! Oh, wait, what? Okay, that was weird. I did not expect the bomb to act that way. Okay, this is the best I can do. I'll figure the speedrun method next time. Let's finish the whole thing first. Fast track. Oh, okay. Never mind. Okay. Let's do the whole thing first normally. Okay. Want to use this, guys. Okay. Play normally first, Red. God damn it. I was just so eager to speedrun this shit. Okay. I can definitely kill them with a pistol and then use the purified jump boost instead. Right there. Expectation next time, really never. I definitely I'm gonna revisit this game when it releases. I don't think it's gonna release anytime soon, thankfully, because I'm gonna waste my time on Elden Ring, obviously. But yeah. It's hard to not play normally. I know. Okay. I think on this one, we can do this. We can waste that. I'm pretty sure there's a way to just skip the whole thing here. Ah, shit. I forgot to swap first. Wait a minute. Hold up. Oh, I can use the pistol card to double jump. Okay, that makes more sense actually. Okay. I forgot the pistol card can double jump. Okay, I thought by not jumping I can save time there. Okay, that's the best time for a normal route. Holy shit, from 5,000 to 400. Okay. 25, 21. So the time shave that you can do in this one is not that much, but definitely there's one skip that I can do. For sure. Whenever you come back around for this level later, take your time looking for a possible skip. It's insane how crazy some of them can get. I know. Alright, last one. And then... we should next game though. This is a demo stream. But, I don't know, we'll see. It's really fun right now. Oh shit. Okay. Okay, that's a possible... Health? Oh. Okay. I don't think I have to take that. Okay. All right. Okay. Okay. I'm just running demo again, not like you did it before. I know. Okay, let's do normal. I'm assuming I have to kill those guys, right? Shit, I fucked up. Okay. Okay, redo. Take this, jump. That's not what I meant. Actually, I think that could work. I jumped too soon. Alright. Okay. Oh, okay. Alright. I got it. I get the route. Yo, what's up, Pseudo? How you doing? Hold up. Speedrun Andy right now. Oh, wait. I gotta kill this guys. Okay, I don't think there's any more over there, right? So we can just skip that. I gotta kill this. Wait, there's 9 more demons? Okay, let me make sure if that's all. 1, 2, 3. Okay. Doing good, my dude? Hell yeah, hell yeah. Welcome. Actually, perfect timing because right now I am speed running. Kinda. It's been a while, huh? Since Ghost Runner. I misclicked, god damn it. Shit! Okay. We can definitely jump less to get to land faster. Okay. All right. We can just use one. Cool. Shit. Okay, I can definitely use that extra to boost me up. Telling me you're creating content for change? True. Shit. Oh, too high! Okay, we cannot do it there. God damn it, misclick. Ding, 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 ding. No. Go, just keep going for now. What? Okay, I missed that. There we go. There's a speed boost that I need. No, too high. I fucked up. No. Oh my god. The bomb have been an art to them? Yeah. Like the angle thingy, right? Oh, come on! I wasted it again. Okay, that is an ace. Shit, I can already feel the time shift that I can do here. Okay. Whoa, from 8,000 to 500. Okay, 28 to 22. Hold up. Bing, bang, boom, bop. I missed it again. I fucked up. I think I fucked up. I used it too much. I want to use it once then. There we go, like that. And one more time. Too fucking early. I mean, too short. Or not. We wanna angle it so that it boosts me forward instead of upwards. Oh, okay, that's bad. Oh my god, dude. Okay. Bada bing, bidding, bam, bing, bang, boom, bap. Bing, bang, bap, shoot. Bing, bap, bap. That's not bad, but could be better. Fuck. I gotta learn the angling. Hold up. Not too short. Okay. Could be closer. Like this. Okay. There's an angle for that as well. Oh my god, I fucked it up. There's multiple angles that you need to learn this one. Oh, bad one. Bad one again. Okay. Alright. Hold up. Bing, bang, boom. Bing, bang, bop. Boom. Did I kill him? No, I did not. Fuck, man. Okay, I think you don't want to jump. Let's try not jumping on that one. Because you want to boost from the water. Okay, I fucked up. I feel like you want to boost from the water as much as you want. As much as you can. Bad. Okay, you need the one more card for shooting them. I don't think sword is efficient there. Fuck! Keep missing them. Oh my god, I fucked up! Okay, still doable. No! Oh my god, misclick. Okay. I think I know what I want to do now. Boom. 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 Why is it worse? Oh wait, no, never mind. That's the best time. Okay. Plus 200. Now we're on the 358. 2720. What the fuck? I don't know how else can you improve that. I can definitely improve here. Yeah, that, like, I can, like, make that jump a little bit more efficient, for sure. Yeah. That one's gonna be the hardest part to nail the fastest way. Ah, shit. Bing, bang, boom, bump, bump. Okay. I wonder if I can just bounce myself before I even landed. Bing, bang, boom, bop, bop. I don't think so. Okay. I wonder what else I can do there. Oh, that's... I think the game... I think you want to, like, at the peak of your jump distance. Or at the peak of, well, your position. One's hard. What? Okay. No! Get to it. Hold up. Let me learn this angle real quick. Wait, what is this? Okay, dude. Wait. Wait a minute. What if I bang bang, like brat, and then as I kill this guy, I go up here and I use this. I don't know if that's faster or not. Let's try. That's a different route, but we can try. Oh my god, my brain. Okay. You get a Q on that one. I don't know if it's faster though. Yeah, you get a Q and then... Okay. This one's hard. I don't think it's faster. Yeah, I don't know. Ah, shit. Just do it normally. Oh, wait a minute. Right click, kill them, and right click again, kill this guys, and boom, boom. Dude, there's so many paths. It's not faster. My shadow is definitely faster. But I'm pretty sure you can do that correctly and you can achieve a faster... Mother... Okay. Oh... Dude. Oh my god. We need to check out other games, but shit. It's got me hooked. No, fuck. I gotta take that card as I plant the fucking purify. Okay. I feel like you need to touch the water fast. Let me try that. No! Oh! 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 Okay. Okay. Hold up. Let's try that. That seems doable. I got a Q on the last second. Let me try. Wait, what? Oh, fuck, I fucked up. Okay. If I can nail that, I think... Oh my god. Oh! Come on. No! Okay. Although even though I failed, I figured a new path, a faster path. It's just very hard to execute properly. Fuck. Huh? Ah! I missed one! Wait, what? Ooh. Eh, nani? Wait, what? Wait. Wait, what? Wait, who did I miss? You fucker! Okay. Although I do see that I only get 26 minutes. I can only shave by like 1 or maybe potentially 2 seconds there. Okay. The shooting there is very hard. Because the Purify gun is an LMG. It's not good on long range. Shit. It's a little bit RNG, I guess. I'm not sure. Oh my god, I doubt it. I doubt it. I thought I didn't kill him. No doubters, nopers. $26. Oh my god. Oh shit, I'm so close to top 100. I'm on 151. Oh my god, this thrilling feels of leaderboard. Oh man, this feels so good. Okay, 26. How the fuck does he get 22? That is 3. No, he got 2.5 seconds. 3, 4. Wait, no. Oh yeah, 3.5. Someone is addicted. I know. I know. Okay, let's do the other one first. Let's just complete the mission first. Complete the demo first. Shit, this game is fun. I love it.
This is getting too easy.
True.
Behind you.
Oh shit.
Huh? Whoa.
Wow. Oh shit, she's a sniper.
Demon 0, red 100.
Oh yeah, I sure did.
Long time no see, White.
Neon red.
I recognize her from before. So this girl is
the pseudo type.
You're staring.
Quick, say something cool, White.
What the fuck?
That is a massive rifle.
The fucking dialogue in this game.
Want a taste?
That's okay. Seriously, please don't point that thing at me.
Relax. I just like to see you sweat.
In that case, you should watch me wipe the floor with demons sometime.
I'll pass.
Seen a lifetime of that kind of thing. You know, this is actually the first time I've seen you here. In the competition, I mean. Makes me wonder, do you think this will end for us the way it did in life?
See, I'd love to answer that, but I woke up with no memories of life. Not that I don't recognize you, it's just the details are fuzzy. So far, though, I feel the strongest connection to you. Damn it, White! Why would you say something so lame to a girl?
How bizarre. I've never heard of a neon with such an affliction. You're not messing with me, are you?
I have no reason to lie to you.
Is that so?
Hmm.
Can't believe God himself decided to bless me with the thing I love most. A completely clueless boy.
Whoa, okay.
This isn't fun for me, you know.
Well, it is for me. We could have been lovers in life, and you'd be none the wiser.
Were we? Lovers?
I could know every last one of your measurements.
Be serious here. We've got a long boat ride ahead. Maybe you could fill me in on the details of my character, or even your relationship to me?
I don't know, White. Honestly, it's probably easier this way. For both of us.
What?
Ooh. Some spicy stuff between them.
Hey! Wait! Where are you going?
Drama! Drama alert, nation!
All aboard the ship to Central Heaven. Stragglers will be returned to oblivion.
Yes! Don't think I made it this far last time.
This really is my first rodeo. I'm not half bad. Is that what Red meant? That it's easier for me to focus on demon slaying without memories of past transgressions weighing me down? If that were really true, then why is it that the fire that propels me to win feels a whole lot like guilt? Heaven straight up confirmed I'm messed up. That's why I'm a neon, isn't it? And yellow, violet, and red, they're the same. Sinners who know me more than I know myself. Looks like demons aren't the only things I gotta watch out for.
Bullshit!
Not bad for a dead guy, huh?
This is giving me a little bit of Persona vibe. Like a different kind. But the whole game giving me Persona vibe.
Exactly what I expected. I don't know why I'm so disappointed.
Oh, what? Wanna walk to the believer's sermon together?
Yo, bro, you made it! Kick a lot of demon ass.
Like it was nothing.
I'm telling you, bro, with our, combined powers, those demons are donezo.
Donezo.
Right! We're gonna be late!
Oh, snap. Violet, is that you? This is crazy. It's like the gang's all here. Kinda.
I'm sorry. Do I know you?
Are we all mutuals here?
Yeah, man. Violet was our crew's littlest badass. She's also mad freaky. Like this one time I read her diary, and she had written this crazy fanfic about her and the bot.
Shut the hell up!
Oh shit.
Ow, ow, ow! Violet! Cut it out!
Let's see how much you like talking without a tongue, bastard!
Uncle!
They may be freaks, but they're my freaks, supposedly.
Welcome to Central Heaven. It is an honor for your kind to bask in its beauty. But remember, this is no vacation. You are here as demon exterminators, and demon exterminators alone. Their population always spirals out of control this time of year. It's onerous work, but the possibility of redemption is well worth the effort, is it not?
Redemption.
And on that note, we'd like to introduce last year's winner of the 10 Days of Judgment. Defending his crown is the vicious, hulking Neon Green.
Hulking.
Yeah.
Oh. He's
with
white.
This guy. His presence is so intense. Why does it feel like he's staring directly at me? Why do I feel so angry?
Green's demon-slaying prowess has been unrivaled for years, but surely there exists a Neon among you all who can compete?
Compete?
Oh?
Jesus Christ. What the fuck? Violet? Ayo?
Who are you?
With that, church is dismissed. Make your way to Central Heaven Authority and get your orders from the angels there.
Wait, there's an episode 2? I thought the demo ends in the thingy thing. Oh shit, there's more. What? What the fuck is this? What is this? VN? Oh shit, you can like depart from your current assignment, play past assignments. Enjoy the view. Look at the water.
I hate how perfect this beach looks. I feel like I should toss something in there. Next time.
What? Okay. This is like some VN shit. Check relationship status.
Well, the sign says this is my room. Ooh. This is my room? Well, I can't complain too much. I do like those little cherub guys. Huh? What's this?
West Journal. Okay.
I remember now. But no one found it after I died.
Gifts. Dialogue, side quest, dialogue, side quest, dialogue, side quest. Interesting. Oh, there's like other neons that we haven't discovered yet. There's a dating system in this game. Or some shit like that. I don't know. It doesn't have to be dating, maybe. Just like relationship bonding and stuff. Attend daily sermon, talk to believers. What is daily sermon?
Welcome.
What's this all about?
Top-ranking Neons are granted special early access to the Heavenly Delights which await them. Just bring me any Heavenly Delight tickets you earn to redeem them.
Sounds lame.
It's anything but. Just take a look at the prize board to see what those tickets will earn. Would you like to redeem a ticket? You have this many.
You have this many. 0.
Here's what you can earn with Heavenly Delight.
Oh, the final Heavenly Delight is a sword.
You've got good taste, sir.
This might not be so bad after all.
Oh, probably a
Would
skin.
you like to redeem?
Interesting.
Take care.
Okay. Let's check out this one. Wait, hold up, what does it say? Get new assignment, cash in gold medals for Heavenly Delights.
Hey, I'm here for my assignment?
You will get new assignments from Mr. Mikey. I'm his secretary.
The accent.
Then let me talk to him. Mikey a cat too?
Just let me read the script. This doesn't have to be difficult.
This doesn't have to be difficult.
Unless you'd like that, Mr. White.
That's actually nice.
Proceed.
All neons must achieve a minimum neon rank in order to be granted a new assignment.
What's a
Okay.
neon rank?
Your neon rank is determined by the number of gold or ace medals you have earned in prior missions. More golds or aces means a better rank.
Easy.
Let's see. My neon rank is this. Is that good enough?
Well, look at that. Your neon rank is sufficient to move
I'm assuming
on to a
90
new assignment. You've earned yourself a
is the
Heavenly
limit.
Delight ticket. How fun.
Okay. Ticket granted for top performing neons, good for one Heavenly Delight. Visit the Heavenly Delight kiosk. Okay, for earlier.
One moment while I check on Mr. Mikey's schedule.
Interesting.
Have a seat. Mr. Mikey will see you in about 4 hours.
4 hours?
Jesus.
Why? No one else is here. There's got to be somebody I can speak with sooner.
I'll look into that for you. After my legally mandated break.
When will that be?
About 4 hours.
All right. This is ridiculous. I'm going in.
Hey, I'm working here.
Yeah, I'm walking here. Mikey.
You ever heard of knocking, kid?
Look, I expect this much from the DMV, but I'm not waiting 4 hours for my stupid mission in heaven.
4 hours? Oh, okay. Always with jokes. I'll get to your ugly mug once I finish up with the lady here.
It's fine. I don't mind if he stays.
Oh, it's red.
Red?
Suit yourself, sweetheart.
Me?
Go ahead, wise guy. Take a freaking seat. Now, listen up, because I'm only going to say this once. You got 10 days here. New day, new mission from old Mikey.
10 stages.
The HCA will be rating your performance alongside the other competing neons. And whoever has the top score end of day 10 wins. Capiche? Capiche.
Capiche.
For your first assignment, you jokers will be cleaning out lower heaven.
Sounds easy enough.
Schmucks like you always say that and then don't even make it back to my office on day 2.
Because the demons got him, White.
Yeah, I kinda got that.
Anyway, that just about covers it. Any questions?
Yeah, actually. Why are you a cat?
Okay, you're just saying whatever to me now. Honestly, the disrespect.
I was actually wondering the same thing. Why are you a hilarious looking cat?
Exactly. Thanks, Red. Glad we're on the same page.
You neons are all the same. Always telling me what moronic imagery your pea brains invented in an effort to comprehend us angels. Oh, you're a cat. You're a horse. You're a sexy Statue of Liberty. How about a, hey, Mikey, how's your day, Mikey? You must work so hard, Mikey.
Excuse me, I'm here for my appointment? Hey, White, isn't it freaking crazy that John Cena is here in heaven giving us
What?
missions?
That's it. Everybody out. Don't come back till you finish your missions. And Gabby, can you please keep these neons under control?
Hey, Red, before you go, I wanted to ask you if you, knew what the deal is with Green.
Stay away from him.
Okay. Mind elaborating on that?
He's dangerous. Need I say more?
I could use some convincing.
I suppose I could open up more in exchange for a favor.
Wait, really? I mean, yeah, whatever you want.
Yes, ma'am.
Keep your pants on, White.
Oh, god damn it.
I need some time to decide what I even want first.
When will that be? Like, after this mission? Huh? What's all this commotion about?
It's Pina Colada Day at the pool.
So?
Heaven's Pina Coladas are to die for.
Pina
We'll
coladas.
see about that.
Oh, no, you won't. Filthy neons like you are simply not allowed here. I mean, really? A sinner partaking in heaven's delights? Heresy.
That's bull. If I gotta do you bastards' dirty work, the least you can do is serve me a drink.
Stay back, Neon, or I'll have you blown to bits.
Oh shit.
Are you pissing at me?
What, dude? There's so many cats. This game's for me.
You said you wanted a drink, right? I know a place. Follow me.
We're drug dealers.
Why not? You've seen one talking cat, you've seen them all.
Ta-da!
Oh shit.
Welcome to the Neon Bar. You like it?
Oh, it's not like the rest of heaven, that's for sure. I'm into it.
Thanks. I put it together myself.
So, who exactly are you?
You can call me Raz. I'm the bartender here.
Raz. Okay.
White.
Well, White, good to meet you. Beavers don't come around these parts anymore. So, it's the perfect place for Neon to take a load off and enjoy a drink in peace.
I like the sound of that.
So what do you have?
How about one of those pina coladas?
On it.
Pina coladas.
This is literally just water.
Sorry. The believers are hogging all the real stuff.
How can you call this a bar if you don't serve any booze?
See, you're thinking too narrow. A bar, one guy confiding in another guy about his really, really bad day.
What?
I'm just saying, if friending folks in heaven has its benefits, you'd be surprised by what you can gain from chatting people up and maybe giving them some gifts.
The believers wouldn't accept my pina colada patronage. I doubt they'd let me into their crappy gift shop.
Well, no, but you can find gifts all over heaven. Once you've taken care of your missions, you can do a second sweep to hunt for presents.
Sounds like a pain.
White, true friendship is always worth it. And hey, if you give me a gift, I might just put a squirt of lemon in your water.
What the fuck? Okay.
Don't you have a mission to do?
Ma'am. Oh, come on, dude.
Heaven is pretty dope, eh, White? Just wait till you try the ice cream.
Okay, cannot really talk to
Hope to
them
see
right
you
now.
at the Neon Bar again soon, White.
Probably demo thingy. Okay. Visit job archive, rebirth. This is the next mission? Or is this redo?
White! There you are! Team up with me!
Oh, dude, dude, the demo's pretty long.
Jinx, bye!
Oh, jeez.
Coat. Yellow, quit getting in my way! Come on, White! Join me! I'm clearly the cutest choice here.
I don't know. I'm pretty freaking cute.
Guys.
True.
Flattered, but this is a competition. I'm not here to make friends. I'd like to avoid any drama.
Yo, I totally get you. Drama is the worst. That's why we should all team up, just like old times.
No way! Three's a crowd. I'd rather eat my own pancreas.
Hey, that's a reference.
Oh, come on, Vi. You sure?
Again, lone wolf here. I'm not teaming up with anyone.
You know, I met this other Neon earlier who was a total simp. Maybe I'll just go play with him instead.
Yikes. Wonder what's her OnlyFans. I'm kidding.
Okay.
See you round, White.
Well, looks like it's just you and me, bro.
Just don't lag behind.
Whose fault repeating missions? Dude, it's addicting. You don't get it. I cannot stand the voice acting. I mean, it's a visual novel stuff. I'm pretty sure some of the voice actor like have done like professional voice acting in other media, game or even anime dub, because they sounds like a pro. All right, Godspeed. Godspeed soul card. This soul card fires like a semi-automatic. The discard is dash horizontally in the direction you're aiming. Destroy demons and breakable object. Ooh. Okay. Interesting. Okay. Alright, we're not gonna do speedrun, but we're gonna get all the ace medal at least. Oh, that would be nice if I can do that. Hold up. Second. There we go. Wait a minute. Okay, so it won't break at all, even though it kind of cracks. What? Oh wait, it explains to me because it's ran out of ammo. Holy shit. Okay, no, it's not possible. Oh, okay. Alright, got ace. Next. Let's do all the levels first. Dasher. Interesting. Oh wait, I fucked up. I think I can dash through him instead. What the fuck is that? Okay. How the hell do I go there? I don't think... Yeah, I cannot do it with a pistol. Oh wait. Tattletale toy. Violet might like this. You can give it to her after talking. Oh my god. You really have to like look through. Interesting. Alright, that's an ace. Okay, you know what? Some of them are actually pretty nice. Like, it's not too easy. You know what I mean? It's actually quite challenging. I think... never mind. I thought I can light it up. Okay. Okay, that's an ace. That one's a little bit boring. Alright, next level.
That's right.
That's right, the Neon White demo's almost over, kid. Don't worry, I pulled some strings for you. Got a few more levels, they're from later in the game. But come crying in for me if they're too hard. Really? Okay. Oh shit. We skipped some stuff. Alright, let's see. Finish this normally first. Oh! Wait, what? Okay. What? Okay. This is very interesting. Oh, okay. It's a very interesting level. I wonder if I can get... Nah. Shit! Oh man. I gotta throw it immediately. There we go. What? The bomb's stuck in a wall. Okay, I definitely could do this better. Wait. I gotta kill him. Okay, I get it. Fuck! Okay, too fast. There we go. Oh my god. Okay. What am I doing? God damn it. Hold up, let me think. Okay. Oh my... Oh wait. Okay. Okay. I already found a path. "30 seconds. Doable. Okay, I need to get closer. Oh, okay. I know how to make that faster. Are you kidding? The Godspeed distance is very meh. Ah, fuck. Come on. Bing, bang, boom, bop, Godspeed, closer, shoot, too far. How did that not bum me? The fuck? Ah, I'll take that. I don't think that's faster, actually. I think that's slower. Next. Actually, chat, I'm just wondering, how's the stream quality? The visual quality in this game for you guys? I'm assuming it gets pretty blurry, right? Storm? Oh shit. Oh damn. Oh, just a health. Normal? Okay. Damn, that was bronze. Okay. Because I'm assuming at this point the game might be, you know, pretty pixely. Hanging Gardens, oh shit, we got some new shit. What the fuck? Ah! I died. First death, holy shit. Oh, interesting. Huh? Interesting. Shit! Oh wait! I still need to kill a lot more. How many more? 17?! Okay, it's a big map. Bing, bang, boom, bop, beep. Alright. I'm not sure where to go here. Oh, I fucked up again! Okay. The map is so confusing. Holy shit. Bro. Okay. Okay, I get it. Oh, I fucked up. Okay, this is getting to the part where you actually need a thing. Earlier it was just like very chill. Okay. There's multiple options on how to do it. Interesting. Okay. Alright. Let me try something. Okay. I think I need to kill them in the middle to get the most efficient time. Shit, this one demo actually kept me going. How long have we been playing this so far? I'm pretty sure we almost get like 2 hours of this. There we go. Now what? Oh, last one. That's not even okay. I can get better. I wonder when will this game came out. Hopefully not anytime soon. Because I definitely want to revisit this. But, well, after Elden Ring. But I'm definitely going to revisit this. This is so fun. Fuck. I made a pizza and cleaned up the house while you were playing this? Hell yeah, dude. What does that sound? Oh my god, I forgot to dodge that. Fuck. I like the keybind as well in this game. It's pretty good. Like, it doesn't feel like I need to change anything. I like that. Oh, it's a gift. Whew, okay. I think that's... What? That is not... Are you kidding me? 0.83 seconds? Alright, bro. Come on, man. Welcome back, Bondi. How you doing? What's up, what's up? I missed it. Got to. Okay. Shoot immediately, Rad. Keep forgetting that. Doing it now, rough out of my trip. I was going to the highest top in the village. Just look at the sky because I know there's no light cloud. Hell yeah, dude. I missed! I missed the knife. I missed it. I know the sweet spot for that one. Alright, that was it. Are you... That was slower? Okay, I'm actually struggling in this one. Damn. Okay. Wait, you can skip this? But I have to... I didn't see that. Ooh. Oh, okay. I think that's good enough. Yeah, that's already 2 seconds early. And we got it. Cool shit. Alright, my global is fucking 1000. The fastest is 22. Okay, bro.
Okay, bro.
Barrage. Oh shit, it's a different level again. Okay. Ah, fuck. Keep forgetting that. Whoa. Okay, there's so many of them. Oh! Oh! Okay, that's awkward. What the fuck? Okay. Oh my god. Okay, there's so many things going on here. We got trampoline now. We got some new shit. Okay. I got 50, fastest time 47. Easy. What is this? But I need to kill them. Oh! There's a sweet spot where I can kill both of the group at the same time. Hold up. Shit. I see it. The grift. Okay, how the fuck do you go up there? Shit. Okay, I know how. Okay, never mind. Fuck. Okay, maybe not. Oh, from there. Hey! Okay. The parkour shit in this game is actually hard. I feel like let's not go for them right now. Let's do that later. I fucked up. God damn it. Oh my god. Keep doing it wrong. Shit. I cannot kill all four of them. Okay. There's definitely a better way. Okay, the ghost's kind of in the way in this one. Damn, okay. This is not easy. Okay, done. No, I fucked up! Oh my god, I fucked up. Ah, I fucked up, dude. Big time. Oh my god. I wonder if that's not the ideal way to do it. Maybe there's a better way to do this. Shit. Alright. It's definitely doable though. Oh my god, I thought I missed it. Alright. Oh man. Okay. 42 though, holy shit, that's a big time skip. Alright, last one. Last one, people. Last one, people. Streak. Dominion Soul card. Rocket Jump. Oh. Create zipline to any surface within range. The hook icon above your crosshair indicate. Interesting. Okay. That is so weird. Alright, let's do this normally first. This is a very interesting... What the f... Okay. Interesting. This is so weird. Holy shit. Okay, hold up. Wow, it's too soon. Hold up. Wrong shoot. Oh, come on. Of course I missed that. Okay, if you jump before you lose the grappling hook, you kind of have a speed boost. Too soon. Oh my god, hello. Okay, dude. Okay, oh my god, I'm so confused right now. What the fuck? That was not even a... Oh my god, okay. The M... Alright, shit dude, this game is really pushing me right now. Okay, replay. Ghost Runner all over again? Yeah. Timing's a little bit unfortunate though, because we're gonna be doing Elden Ring run. I missed. God damn it. Shit, I fucked up. Oh man. Shit. This game is fun. The game is fun. End of demo. The full game will have over 100 more levels and 12 story chapters. Oh my god. Oh my god. I already wishlist the game. Oh fuck, man. This game is amazing. Oh my god, I'm so addicted to it. It's so nice. So nice. Wait, what if I continue? Oh, okay, so you can like revisit the whole thing. Ooh. Hold up. I wanna see if I can do like right now I have 21 seconds on the first ever level, right? And you can make it to 17. I wanna see if I can like make it to like the speedrun level. The speedrun time. Okay. Okay, I think this is the best we can do. Okay, 20 plus 1,000. How do you get to 17? Hold up. Let me see. Okay, jumping over is faster. Okay, I think that's what you want to do. Immediately jump in the most efficient spot. I'm not sure though, we'll see. Okay, I fucked up. What? Skirp. Skirp. Oh, 19. 1785. Yeah, I feel like that's the only way you can do that. But damn. Okay. Alright. I think we're good. I think we're good, boys. Oh my god. Damn, this game is fucking sick. I'll give him that though. This game is fucking sick. God damn, god damn. I definitely gotta come back to that game in the future, for sure. 100%. Faux show, faux show. Faux show, faux show. Ah. Yeah. Alright, chat. I just realized it's already 1 AM. Holy shit, bro. I think that is all for today. Anyways. Thanks for the stream. No, thank you for chilling out in the chat. Anyways, Reefer sad. Also, like I said earlier, in the middle of the stream, the next stream is gonna be a Friday stream, as usual, but it's not gonna be the usual time. It's gonna be way later. So you guys won't see me in the usual time tomorrow. Like how do I I don't think I can like give you guys the correct time without getting complicated with time zones. So if you guys want to get notified when I'm gonna go live, or if you want to do the thingy thing, do know the time and everything, you guys can join the Discord, because I will put the proper time zone thingy thing. Like, I don't know how to explain it, but in the Discord I can like give you guys like a time zone thingy that you can see. Like, everyone will see the time differently. It's like a yeah, you know what I mean. It's hard to explain. You know what I mean? Yeah. Like, here. If I go to General Lounge, right? And I post this, boom. I see February 25th 6 a.m. You guys will see this differently. This is like a time code with a Unicode. Sudo told me about this, and everyone will see this time differently. So it will accustom to your PC time zone or time. So I'm gonna use this. This is basically the time the Elden Ring gonna be. Next Elden Ring stream. Pog crazy. Point right. I'm just gonna do this for now, but I'm gonna do a proper announcement later on. Just to test. What do you guys see this differently? Like, what do you guys see right now? In your own Discord, not on my stream, because on my stream, obviously, you're gonna see, 7 a.m. Okay, that means it's using your time zone, so it works. So later on, I'm gonna announce later an announcement properly, and it's gonna be using this, so everyone's gonna see the time differently. Okay. Okay. So yeah, if you don't want to miss out, don't forget to join the Discord. Or follow me on Twitter, because I will let you guys know. I will, notify you guys over there whenever I go live and all that kind of stuff. Okay? Okay. With that being said, people, I think that is all for today. Thank you guys all for watching. It's 5.5 hours. It's not a short stream at all. It's pretty nice. It's pretty nice. We drew a little bit. I fully colored Rain. She looks pretty. I like it. You guys can check it out on the Twitter if you want to see the full HD pictures or drawing. And some demos. The demos are actually pretty fun, especially the neon white. I cannot wait for that game to come out. We're gonna grind that game. Get ready, chat. Speed trap of Volume 2 is back. Alright. I think that's all. Once again, if you're new here, don't forget to follow the channel. Follow me on socials, Twitter and Instagram at raddtrap, or you can click in the panel down below. Also, if you want to hang out with the peeps off stream, you guys can join the Discord. Or if you want to get notified, I also will notify everyone in the Discord or in Twitter whenever I go live. So do follow Twitter and join the channel if you like those things. But other than that, thank you guys all for watching. Thank you, Onsen, Pain, Bondi, Saints, Nyainsbert, Iwakura, Sudo, and everyone else who chilling out in the chat till the end of the stream, or if you lurk with the stream open on the second monitor. Appreciate it. Thank you for the humble respect. Also, subscribe with Twitch Prime. Easy, free sub. Hell yeah, brother. And yeah, other than that, I think we're good. Thank you guys all for watching. I'm gonna see you guys on the next one. Peace out. Oh shit, hold up, sorry. Peace out. Much love. Take care of yourself. And adios. Have a good one. I'll see you guys on the next one. Bye. Good night, everyone. I'll see you guys on the next one on an Elden Ring stream. Bye-bye.